It's the Orioles on Masson, and Birdland is the site. At Oriole Park at Camden Yards tonight, the Red Sox and the Orioles go against another. This is game 2 of the 3-game set. The Orioles getting the victory in the opener last night. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. You know, around Major League Baseball, we talk about how starters don't go very deep into games. You don't get many complete games, and you don't get many shutouts anymore. They are hard to come by with some highly explosive offenses all around Major League Baseball. The Orioles got a shutout in the ball game last night against the Red Sox. For the Orioles as a team, it is their 10th shutout. 2 of those 10 have come against Boston. The Red Sox have been shut out 8 times. That's the 3rd fewest in the American League. So the Orioles got it done. Here you see June 9, 2014, they had it. In June 11, a couple of days later, another shutout. That one, Chen over De La Rosa. And then in September, they did it again. So 3 times in 2014. And this year, it has happened twice. June 9 and last night. Kevin Gausman got the job done last night. 4th inning, 2 on. Castillo would line out. That would create a Swihart situation at the plate. He on the fly ball out the center. And with 2 on, Gausman got it done and left him. Brian Mattis came into the ball game 8th inning, 2 more on base. He gets Ortiz out on a regular basis. He did again. He got Travis Shaw to ground out. 2 more left on base by Boston. Zach Britton comes on, a chance for the shutout and for the save. Swihart grounds out to second base, and the Orioles have the victory and a big goose egg on the Red Sox side of it. And again, Red Sox pitching getting it done, Jim, in the ball game last night.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes, Gary, as you know, and we looked at the last 2 numbers, it was 1-0 and then 2-0. The Orioles this year, when they score 3 runs or less, and we've thrown these numbers out all year long, 4 runs or more, you know, they're a pretty good ball club, but they're 11-54. So the last 2 wins back in June and then last night, because Eduardo Rodriguez pitched very well for the Red Sox. The only way you win is you actually pitch well, and you don't see a lot of a lot of singular shutouts. When I pitch, they expect you to go 9 innings, and if you pitch a shutout, you were really on your game. It's a collective thing. So you had 3 Orioles, actually 4 relievers come in last night. They pitched the last 3 innings. Gausman, again, back-to-back games. So all of a sudden, the only way to beat the Red Sox, because they're averaging since the beginning of August, 6 runs a game. Only Toronto more. It's to pitch the way you were able to do it last night.
And it is the modern day shutout, as Jim talking about. You get your starter and you get the 5+. You hope to get 6 in it. Then you got somebody in the middle. Brian Mattis, the guy last night, comes in for specific outs, Ortiz in particular. And then you got the setup guy, and then you got the closer, and that's pretty much what it is today.
Well, it really is. And you kind of alluded to this. I think in last night's game, they wanted to get a couple of more outs to allow you to get to the bullpen later in the game. I think the one disappointing thing, because the starting pitching was so terrific last year, is that the starters haven't pitched as well as they would like, or even obviously Buck Showalter, the Oriole pitching coaches this year.
Trying to get to those 18 or 20 outs. That's what Buck has asked for. Hasn't happened as many times as he'd like. Will it happen tonight? Jimenez will be on the mound against the Red Sox. Game 2 coming up. Lon Masson brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Coons.com. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons. Another beautiful day, early fall day here in the Baltimore area. Great sunset. Our BGE home game time temperature, a very comfortable 77 degrees. BGE Home, Baltimore's home team for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Why would you call anyone else? Red Sox will shuffle the lineup a little bit here for Game 2. It's Betts, Pedroia did not play last night in Bogarts. Ortiz, Shaw, and Sandoval. Castillo, Hannigan is going to be behind the plate, and Jackie Bradley Jr. against the Orioles for the veteran Dustin Pedroia. His numbers against the O's.
And again, for Ubaldo Jimenez, anyway you shuffle that lineup, it's going to be a pretty formidable one. So a lot of fastballs. He has to throw that two-seamer down in the zone, get ahead. The breaking ball combination of a kind of a curve, slurvy, and then the key is to keep the ball down, and then when you get ahead, throw that split-fingered fastball. That's the changeup. So he leads the Oriole pitchers in wins with 11. You know, into the All-Star break, the ERA was 2.88, so kind of a tough go. But the last two games, one against Toronto and one against the Yankees, both of those away, actually has pitched pretty well. So again, the key: get ahead, use all your pitches, and as we mentioned, this Red Sox team red hot since the 1st of August, scoring 6 runs a game, even 6 runs a game. That's a nice little number.
Yes. Interesting that our umpire tonight, Doug Eddings, who has the plate, along with Adrian Johnson, Brian Knight, Bill Miller, the crew chief. Pitch is taken for a strike. Last night, Bill Miller, the umpire, the most pronounced history of favoring a strike zone for pitchers. Tonight, Doug Eddings, second most strike zone favorable to pitchers. And the pitch is a strike on the outside corner. So if you got an arm, you want to pitch in one of these two games. And remember, we're only talking about close calls. We're talking about advantage pitcher hitter on pitches that are tight and close. 0-2 delivery, and that'll be taken down low, 1-2.
Well, they grade him. I mean, it's, you know, third base coach, how many times you get a guy thrown out at home plate? If you get, the number goes up too high, somebody else takes your job. Umpires, they have tendencies. Got to report.
Yep. And players want to know that, obviously.
I mean, there's a pretty good pitch. Yeah, right there. I mean, that's a two-seamer, and I thought the curveball for strike 2 was maybe a little bit off the plate, but Baldo wanted that pitch.
Yep. And it looked like it may have caught the corner. That's with the 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. Couple of hits and 6 at bats against Ubaldo Jimenez. 2-2 delivery will be down low, and the count will go full.
Yeah, the one thing for Mookie Betts, and of course that 18-game hitting streak, it ceased last night. Gosman and the rest of the Oriole pitchers were terrific. Again, he was an on-base machine in the minor leagues.
3-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball fair. Machado, fast runner, better arm. Betts is retired.
Take a look at the defense. Still the best. At least amount of errors in the American League. Pierce, Jones, and Parra out in right field. Machado, Hardy, the Gold Glovers, Scope, Davis. First playing first base, and then Matt Wieters with a couple of Gold Gloves doing the catching tonight.
And that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia. The slow comeback for Dustin. We'll play in a game, playing a couple, take a break here the rest of the year at different times with the injuries he's had. Striking the inside corner to him. He started 5 of the last 7. He missed 42 games with a hamstring problem. Second time this year the Red Sox have been without him with that same hammy problem. Pitches away, and a 1-ball 1-strike count. And with the Red Sox being out of it, no need to push it here at the end.
Yeah, actually initially hurt that hamstring against the Orioles up at Fenway Park, and then off and on, came back, went on the disabled list. There's a good splitter. Had a good series. I watched some of the games, and he had some good at bats down in Tampa. Didn't play last night because the Red Sox, of course, they've only scored in one of the last 24 innings, and that was in the 13th inning Saturday night. Dustin hit a home run, a couple of hits on, but they struck out 19 times in those 13 innings on Sunday.
Ball will be fouled away into the seats, and the count at 1-2. A battle to stay out of the cellar, as the Red Sox are there right now, and the Orioles would like to keep them there. Boston's won 68 games. The Orioles have won 70, and in the middle, Tampa Bay's won 69. Torey Lovullo, of course, with John Farrell out battling the cancer problem. McShowalter's ball club 3 under 500. Pedroia will foul that one away as well. Against Jimenez, 7 for 21 for Pedroia. And one of the ongoing problems for Jimenez, even when he's been good, is the pitch count jumping up in a hurry with a lot of foul balls and 3-2 counts. Tries to get through these innings a little quicker to give himself a better chance to go deeper.
Yeah, the other factor, Gary, that I think the Orioles, well, they should have known about it. I assume they did. Is that when you get into close games and you can't hold runners, 20 out of 23 when it comes to stolen bases, it's hard to win the one-run games. And
2-2 to Pedroia, a little chopper. Then Manny the throw. What a nice play. Pedroia is not the fastest guy on the ball club, but he gets down the line, and that's a tough play made by Machado.
Yeah, again, when you roll over a ball, you don't get out of the box real well, and then the rest of this equation right here is Manny Machado. And he's got a lot of errors, closed it in on 20 this year, but I don't know of anybody that has better range at third base, and he makes this play look easy.
Full step. So Manny gets a couple of assists here to start the ball game. That'll bring Bogaerts to the plate. He's got a 5-game hit streak coming into this game. Bogaerts has had one of the real hot bats here in the second half of the season in particular, and a very good year overall. He batted .373 in September so far and .324 in August. Pitch will be taken for a strike. He's got a 5-game hit streak, 9 hits in his last 22 at bats, including a 1-for-4 for Bogaerts in the ball game last night. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him, fouled off the mask.
Yeah, when you hit well over 300 for the 4 consecutive months, and you talked about the 373, but it started back in June, 312, then in July went all the way to 371, a couple points lower than this month. Very, very consistent. There is his hitting instructor, Chili Davis.
And the pitch will be outside.
Yeah, Chili's first year with the Red Sox, and a terrific switch hitting hitter in his own right. And even when he was with Oakland, he said it's not my batting stance, it's theirs, and we just try to have to fine tune it.
Inside, bounced on him.
Bogaerts, of course, rushed to the big leagues, played in the 2013 postseason. Everybody said, boy, what great plate discipline. And he did have that last year. A little bit more of a struggle, but totally different hitter this year.
Jimenez has given up 15 first-inning runs. Trying to get out of this one in a hurry. Won't. Bogaerts with a good eye draws the walk. So that puts 1 on with 2 down.
We'll take a look at what happened in his last start. So again, you can see only 3 earned runs. And again, a lot of strikeouts. The 6th time he's had 8 or more strikeouts this year. Used all his pitches. And again, it's never easy to pitch against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium.
So now that'll bring Ortiz to the plate, the DH. 2 for 15 off Ubaldo with a home run. He had an 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. And will take the pitch low for a ball. Against Boston for Jimenez, lifetime 2-3, very high ERA at 8. 9 previous starts against the Red Sox. Here at Camden Yards, he's 1-2 against Boston. ERA is over 9 in this ballpark against them. He has a couple of starts against them this season, 1-0. ERA much better this year, 3.12. He started out in the second start against Boston, only 3 2/3 innings. Came out after some wildness, hit Pablo Sandoval in that ball game.
Yeah, he actually got thrown out of that game.
Yeah.
There had been a hard slide Sandoval into Scope, and then he hit him. Had a no-hitter going at that particular time. Again, it was only 3 2/3 and was ejected.
And then he faced him on June 23. Got a win. 3 runs, 6 hits over 5 innings in that ball game. 1-1 delivery on the way. The off-speed pitch throws him. Good one in there for a strike, 1 and 2.
Now take a look right here. A little breaking ball that just catches the outside corner.
So 1 ball, 2 strike count. Bogaerts at first held. Pitch will be up and in. Yes, missed. You saw Ortiz almost fall over as he was leaning in.
Well, over his last 34 at bats, he's been red hot. I mean, 5 home runs, 5 doubles, 13 hits. So that's up there in the 380 range. So when you're hitting that hot, you're seeing the ball well. You can discern between a ball and a strike.
Runner goes, and the ball will be fouled back. So Bogaerts took off on the 2-2 count. He will make his way back.
Yeah, he's 9 out of 10, and again, as we mentioned, 20 out of 23 when you run against a ball to a menace.
For David Ortiz, he's been on base each of the last 10 games, not with a hit streak, but with either a hit or a walk in those games. 2-2 the count. Runner goes again, and Ortiz swings through it. Jimenez comes up with a strikeout. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. Orioles offense goes to work when we come back. You got a lot of things to do. You got to take care of the kids, make sure they're getting it. You can't worry about the powdered sugar. No. Sometimes it just, it just ends up there. Hey, I'm a dad. That's the way it goes. Starting lineup brought to you by Southwest. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Para, Machado, and Davis, Jones, Wieters, and Scope, Clevenger, Hardy, and Pierce. JJ this year against Boston. Big average of 3.46.
Oh, Mr. Phelps here. Mission impossible, at least for the last 8 games against Joe Kelly. He's won 8 in a row. He was 2-6. And again, the rest of the story, a lot of fastballs, 94 to 98 miles per hour, curveball, slider, changeup. So again, just imagine 2-6, now 10-6 because of those 8 straight wins. And the ERA, what, about 257 in that. They score a lot of runs for him. And he's got really 3+ pitches with a fastball that can get on you very quickly.
So he's ready to go to work. The Orioles will try and end that 8-game win streak he's got going. And the pitch by Para. Pitch to Para is up high. Para hitting in that leadoff spot. This is the first time he's done that for the Orioles since arriving in the deal. He is 1 for 7 lifetime off Joe Kelly, 26-year-old right-hander. 1-0 delivery, and the pitch is in there for a strike. The wins for Kelly have come against Tampa Bay, Detroit, Seattle, Cleveland, White Sox, Mets, Phillies, and Toronto in his last outing. So clubs, half those clubs above 500. 1-1 pitch on the way, showed bunt, went after it. It's a strike. Tried to lay that thing down to third, 1-2.
Yeah, I was talking to Carl Willis, the pitching coach. They call him Big Train because they nicknamed him when he pitched for the Twins. Kiddingly, of course, because he said he kind of trained him all the way to the World Series in '91. But he said they sent out Joe Kelly just to work on his breaking stuff because he was primarily fastball, and he has a good one, but just didn't make the pitches that he's making lately.
1-2 is going to come inside. He has walked 48. That's a little high. 106 strikeouts. A lot of those, though, came in the times when he was losing games instead of winning them. He hasn't walked more than 3 during the 8-game win streak. 2-2 delivery on the way to Parra. Breaking ball down the line. And that will be foul.
And he could get the pitch count up there. You talked about his last win against Toronto. 5 2/3, because we know the best hitting team in baseball. 110 pitches in those 5 2/3 innings. So
he's been a workhorse. He's thrown what 100 pitches now, 6 straight games, and that's a career high for him.
Now he's only 26, and he came in the John Lackey trade last year, and he was a bullpenner with the Cardinals.
2-ball, 2-strike delivery on the way. That'll be off the fist to center. Betts. He'll put that one away. Speaking of Kelly, our Express Stat by Express Care, a LifeBridge health partner. For locations, visit whywaitintheer.com.
So again, you're not pitching well. They're getting you almost 5 runs a game, but it doesn't matter. And then look what happens. You get on a roll, they almost get you 10 runs a game. You hang around long enough for them to do that. And then you can look at the minor leagues when he went down. Bob Kipper is their AAA pitching coach, former major leaguer, and he said, Joe, what did you do well when you were pitching well? He said, well, I used all my pitches. I was able to command them. He said, why don't we work back towards that? So back to the big leagues after 4 appearances at AAA Pawtucket.
Kelly is 31-22 in his career in the majors. Manny Machado had an 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. Manny will take the pitch for a strike. Kelly's 2 outings against the Orioles this year. The first one, his second start. He had a 5 2/3 2-run 4-hit ball game. Tossed a lot of pitches, 118 in 5 2/3 innings. That'll be inside. Then he faced the Orioles again on June 23. His second shortest start, 3 2/3. He gave up 5 runs on 8 hits in that game. So we'll see. Those were during the times when he was not winning. Both of those starts came earlier. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Machado 1 for 5 off Kelly. Will take the pitch, a breaking ball down low. Manny 2 ball, 1 strike count. Manny is now no longer the leader in runs scored for the Orioles. He has been virtually all year, passed by Chris Davis by 1. Chris has got 88, Manny 87 runs scored. They are 7th and 8th respectively in the American League. Did not go around.
Yeah, pretty confident guy. I mean, he hadn't thrown 94 to 98 like he did against Toronto, but that's a 2-1 changeup. So talk about using all your pitches. Ryan Hanna doing the catching is going to certainly look like he's going to force him to do that tonight.
3-1 pitch outside. So he surrenders the walk with 1 down. Let's get a man on early. Let's take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers as you look at Chris Davis.
Yeah, what a September to remember. Yeah, been red hot. And again, 3rd in home runs. The RBI's up there. I look at the on-base percentage, willing to take a walk, and of course the batting average. It's a nice little number right there. All you got to do is be up over 30 times and put those numbers on there. Well, I noticed Yoenis Cespedes has already hit 9 home runs for the Mets in September.
So, Mets on their way to a division title. 1 down, runner on at first base, Manny Machado. Kelly will take the soft toss over. Both these pitchers have had bases stolen on them, 7 out of 10 against Kelly.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Gary, when you walk somebody, boy, they go away from the shift. Now all of a sudden it's almost a pretty much conventional. I mean, normally you'd have 3 guys over here, and now that's not the case tonight. And that walk kind of sets up a whole little alleyway for Chris Davis.
1 down. Machado drawing attention over there, and a better throw made. Not a situation where you would expect Manny to be going.
Yeah.
With Chris Davis at the plate, 1 down, first inning.
Now you saw that with the Red Sox. Bogart's 9 out of 10. Manny with 17 steals, but they didn't run until they got 2 and 2 because Ortiz was up, and both Ortiz and Chris Davis very hot.
Breaking ball, and a good one. Had some late movement on it. It is in there for a strike.
Yeah, Chris was able to get one of the big hits last night because when they brought in Tommy Lane, now they'll put the shift on. But they brought in Tommy Lane to face him, and it was 1-0, and he was able to single and then score on the double. So a huge hit matchup.
Sandoval moves over to the second base position. Leave the shortstop Bogarts on the left side. 0-1 count. Davis will foul that one back. The respective 2 great hitters power. Davis and Ortiz recognized in the walk category. Chris right now is 5th in the league in walks, and David Ortiz is 7th, which leads to the endless discussion about how do you protect him, who do you hit behind him. Adam Jones has that job, did last night, again tonight. 0-2 count, outfield shaded to left, big gap in right center. Kelly's thrown over twice, long look. Runner not going. Davis takes it up high. Interesting in right field, Jackie Bradley Jr. is playing it the way the Orioles play it here. We've talked about it. You give them the line, you cover that power alley, and that's usually where the Orioles right fielders are for almost everybody, and that's the way Bradley's playing it here against Davis.
Yeah, he's pretty much straight away, considering normally they play way down in the corner. And
1-2 pitch on the way, and that's right there. No argument from Chris on that one.
Yeah, it ends up being pretty much in the middle of the plate. Kelly keeps waving his arm around, so again he can get it into the upper 90s. That's one good movement. Let's that ball run. And then again, Ryan Hannigan, one of the best pitch framers. Rick Dempsey talking about it. We had the longevity luncheon yesterday, talking about how good catchers, they actually hold the ball out in front and really present it. They don't catch it back. And Hannigan, one of those guys.
So Adam Jones with the runner at first base and 2 down. Adams got a 4-game hit streak coming into the ball game, up to 275 again. 27 home runs on the year and another throw over. You get the runner back to the bag. More likely, if Manny's going to run, he's going to do it right here with 2 away, but still you really don't want to take the bat out of the hands of Adam Jones.
Yeah, they don't run a whole lot. Only 7 out of 10. I mean, only 10 attempts. 7 successful against Joe Kelly, which is about the league average, 30%.
Kelly's delivery, Jones to short and hard. Bogarts, plenty of time, even on a rainbow toss to Pedroia to get the force out on Machado. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on, 1 complete, no score. Right-hander Oliver Drake is back. Junior Lake, the outfielder. You see the numbers, 15 AAA games with the Orioles farm. Christian Walker, we talked about all season long, outstanding power numbers. And Tyler Wilson, who's been with the Orioles, right-handed pitcher. All of them are back up. There are Drake and Wilson. Drake 23 for 23 in save opportunities. And Junior Lake back with the ball club, played at the major league level, 26 games this year. And Christian Walker. So the Orioles expand the roster with Tidewater done.
And some of those players may see some action.
All of them, I think, will.
Walker, yeah. I mean, you know that Drake and Tyler Wilson, we've seen him, in fact, seen both of them, and boy, just pulls it way across the plate.
So that'll be Travis Shaw going down. That's the 9th hit batter this season by Ubaldo.
And you go, how does he throw it this far inside? Well, it's when you start spinning You like to throw over your front shoulder, but when the shoulders and the head and the hip and the leg and the ankle and the knee go left, actually it's pretty easy to throw it 3 feet inside. Almost threw it behind him.
So the leadoff man on base here. That'll bring up Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval has seen Jimenez a lot and has tagged him. 361 with 2 home runs off of Ubaldo Jimenez with the games played in the National League. And Jimenez was with the Rockies and Sandoval with the Giants. So these two have had a lot of games against one another.
And of course, when Ubaldo did pitch with the Rockies, he was 96 to almost 100.
1-0 pitch will be taken for a strike of the knees.
Yeah, I thought Kevin Gausman, who pitched, he's 24, pitched a great game. And I think the one thing he wasn't pleased with yesterday was the walks. And he said, boy, you don't want to walk people to start innings or hit people with starting innings because the chances of scoring are greatly enhanced. Well spoken for a 24-year-old kid.
1-1 delivery on the way. Sandoval drives it to center field high. Jones back with room on the warning track all the way to second. Shaw, and he will return to first. Long fly ball out, but it's an out. The Orioles wrap up the homestand tomorrow night 7:05 against the Red Sox. They'll miss the final chapter of this classic rivalry here at Camden Yards. Good seats still remain. Get yours. Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD.
Yeah, every time you play the Red Sox, you kind of figure, okay, won the can of corn because it was hit pretty well, but what would that ball have done in Fenway? And of course, a lot of times the good left-handed hitters for the Red Sox historically have all, with the exception of Ted Williams, hit the ball to left field.
Here's Castillo, and he will take the pitch for a strike. He had an 0 for 4 in the ball game last night. Rusney Castillo hasn't had a hit against the Orioles this year. He is 0 for 8 against the O's on the season. He's had a lot of hits against everybody else, though. Ground ball to the hole. Hardy, this is a tough play. Second. Nice play. He gets the out at second base on Shaw with a long throw.
Yeah, if that would have been Bogarts or Betts or anybody with any speed, but Travis Shaw now maybe slowed down a little bit. Nice play on the short hop. Only way that J.J. Hardy could get to it. Again, I mean that's a tough play. Backhand, got to somehow center the pocket of the glove to catch it, and then spin. And again, there's Shaw, who doesn't run particularly well.
You saw where that throw was. It wasn't anywhere but right in the middle, right in the glove, chest high, right at the letters. Perfect throw by Hardy. So that'll put Castillo on at first base with 2 down, and here is Hannigan, the catcher. Hannigan 1 for 4 off Jimenez, down to third. Machado in the glove, knows it's a slow runner, and got him. Defense comes to the fore yet one more time as the left side contributes to the outs. Hardy on the play before this, and Manny Machado recording the 3rd out.
Watching the Orioles win the divisional championship in the East last year, one of the most exciting moments since I've retired.
We go to the bottom half of the second inning. It'll be Wieters, Schoop, and Clevenger due up for the Orioles, who have won 2 in a row. The Orioles are now 10-4 against the Red Sox, so they've won the season series, and it is the 4th straight year that the Orioles have won the season series from the Red Sox. The Orioles had not had that kind of a run against Boston since '64 through '67 to win 4 consecutive season series. Yeah, and now trying to add to it.
And they broke a lot of Red Sox hearts in 2011 with all those late season wins. Yep.
Here is Matt Wieters back behind the plate. Pitch will be taken outside. Matt, of course, one of the free agents. Speculation on today as to where he might go. One of the places is always going to be the Orioles. There's always a discussion, but on SB Nation, Ken Rosenthal, Fox Sports, the Nationals and the Braves both seem interested. Both because they like the idea of Wieters behind the plate, and because Scott Boras has got some strong relationships, particularly with the Nationals. Max Scherzer, Bryce Harper, Steven Strasburg, and others he represents. So the Nationals may have an interest in Matt Wieters.
And you're always looking for catchers. It's just hard to get a switch hitting catcher. Obviously there's, with the exception of that Minnesota series, about 2 months ago, back-to-back games.
Swing and a miss. Foul tip, says the umpire, and caught by Hennigan.
Yeah, really good breaking ball. You get ahead, and then what do? Talked about going to the minor leagues to develop that pitch, to have it. It's not only develop it, and you can see how he finishes it. Again, the windup's gotten a lot better. There's a term in golf where you stay connected. Whatever your front side is, it kind of stays, and it allows you to kind of hit through the golf ball. Well, pitching's the same way, and that's what they worked on. Again, former Bob Kipper, their minor league pitching coach at AAA, Pawtucket, just kind of asked Joe Kelly, what do you need to be better at? And that's what they worked at. And he came back, he pitched well, and they played even better, getting them almost 10 runs a game.
Jonathan Schoop, a 1-0 count. Schoop in with a 7-game hit streak. And that pitch taken during the streak. 7 for 16. A couple of home runs, 2 RBIs, and 4 runs scored. 2-0 count on him. He has not had a hit against Kelly in 7 at-bats.
Well, he can pretty much look soft or hard here. And
does a 3rd foul. And let's take a look at who's hot and who's not. Celebrate the season with the American Standard All-Star event. Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com for amazing rebate and financing opportunities.
So 7-game hit streak, 2 of those home runs coming when the Orioles beat the Royals on Sunday night. The Orioles hitting 4 home runs with Jonathan hitting 2 of them.
2-1 pitch on the way. Took the big rip on that one at 94.
Yeah, so
2-2.
So if the velocity in Kelly's last game against Toronto in Boston, it went up, up, up as the game progressed. He eventually struck out Tulowitzki 97, 98, the last 2 fastballs he threw.
2 ball, 2 strike count. And that one another heater. A little bit overthrown. It'll be away.
Well, Gary, if you want to see how you present a target to your pitcher, just watch Ryan Hennigan. Again, they're 25 and 22 when he catches. Just look at the way he presents the target. I mean, there it is. That's what you're aiming at.
Looks like Caleb Joseph to me. Swung on and missed and gets the strikeout. 3 Ks in the ballgame.
There are a lot of catchers that a lot of times don't even get the glove up, and guys that have good reputations. But this is, look at that. Throw it there, and he does.
So Schoop goes down. 2 strikeouts in the inning. And that will bring up Steve Clevenger. Clevenger is the DH in the ball game. Steve has gone 0 for 1, and the only time he has come up against Kelly. And will take the pitch inside for a ball. A lot of adjustments in these lineups every day for the Orioles, and there'll be a lot more with the 4 added players. It's look-see time. See what the Orioles are going to be looking at in the off season. Some of these players are going to get an opportunity. As Buck Showalter says, it's the worst time to evaluate. Spring training and the final month of the season are not good times to evaluate players. However, for some who are called up, it's the only chance they really get to show what they got at the major league level. pitches away.
I think they, Steve Clevenger definitely could be a platoon catcher. So I think they like his bat. He certainly worked hard on his defense, even though he's DHing tonight. I mean, he'll take the ball the other way and speed up his bat. He hit the grand slam on Friday night, one of the two the Orioles hit.
That'll be inside. The Orioles have used 13 designated hitters this year. Clevenger has done it now a dozen times on the season. Paredes still with 80 appearances at the DH leads the Orioles in that spot. And that is in there for a strike in the inside corner. 3-2.
You know when you're on a roll, when even 3-1, you're pitching out of the middle of the plate. And then there is no guarantee, even though that pitch was 95, that you're going to get a fastball here. When you really have to scuffle.
Kelly with a full count delivery and came in, and that'll be fouled back. So Clevenger holds the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hardy waiting on deck for an at bat.
Well, one of the reasons that Steve Clevenger hit over 300 at AAA and over 300 here, big league level, is that he will stay inside the ball, and that's what he did there. That ball was a pretty good pitch inside third of the plate. He stayed inside of it, didn't overswing. Looks like he tries to make contact even when he gets the 2 strikes.
Only his 20th game at the major league level this season. 3-2 pitch on the way by Kelly. Kelly strikes out the side. In Detroit on that one, we completed 2, and the pitchers are in charge early in the ball game. No score. Manny Machado against Pedroia. That came in the first inning. Then in the second inning, with a runner on, Castillo, Hardy, forced play second base to get Travis Shaw. Very next batter, Hannigan. Long throw to be made. Set himself. Machado again. And that's just 2 innings.
Yeah, 9 batters, 8 of them put in play. Only the 1 strikeout. And if you're ever a pitching coach trying to, especially on this club, with the kind of defense the Orioles have, encourage your guys to throw strikes, just show them the first 2 innings of this game. Yeah. Pitch to contact.
Ground ball. That'll go to second base. Davis gets to the bag. Scope will make the play. Well, let's take a look at our Major League notebook. The pennant chases are on in earnest, and the Mets are going to get there. 8 straight wins. Their magic number is now down to 10. That's the lowest number in the National League. Texas Rangers now a half game back in the American League West. Game 2 of that series against Houston is being played tonight. And the Pirates beat the Cubs today 5-4 in the first of 2. Marte with a sacrifice fly in the 8th. Cole gave up 4 runs, 6 hits, 6 1/3. Came away with a victory for the Pirates. They are chasing the Cardinals. They are 2 behind St. Louis for the division lead. Who would have thought?
Well, you know, I mean, this will be the 3rd straight year they're going to be in the postseason. So Clint Hurdle and everybody in that organization has turned
towards the middle. Can he do it again? Hardy off balance. Doesn't get him. Great try, but this time the speed's a little too much.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get his hand into the glove and able to grip it for the early release. So that extra step. And again, Betts can run. And again, it makes it very close with just a little hesitation.
So Mookie Betts will try to start another streak. Had the 18-game one ended last night. Gets a single here in his second at bat. One down, one on. That'll bring Pedroia to the plate. Dustin grounded out on that fine play made on the slow roller. Pedroia, 268 this year against the Orioles with 321 lifetime. One away, and the throw over with Betts moving back to the bag. Betts 19 out of 24 in the stolen base department.
Yeah, if you're Torey Lovullo and you're managing this team, you got so many options. You have a guy that can hit the ball at the right field with a Dustin Pedroia. You got speed at first. You got a guy slow to the plate, 20 out of 23.
That's going to go to the middle and a base hit. So Pedroia's on with a single. Adam Jones will get it back in. And the Red Sox have 2 on and 1 down here in the third inning. Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use O's Couch Cam. You might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by, that's right, T-Mobile. So Bogart's up. He drew a walk his first time up. The Red Sox were 1 for 7 last night with runners in scoring position. The Orioles won a game 2-0 in which they went 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. So Bogarts gets the chance here. Good speed at second. Lead runner Betts. And then as delivers to him, and that will be in the outside corner.
And if we were this last night, one of the reasons we talked about, I mean, this whole lineup collectively, with a couple of exceptions, and that's Ortiz and Pedroia, just wear you out when you get runners in scoring position. Betts at 330, Bogarts at 351, Castillo at 386.
And that ball will be fouled back the other way. Red Sox have been averaging over 6.5 runs a ball game coming into last night. The Orioles able to shut them down on 3 hits. Let's see whether or not Jimenez can get that done here tonight.
Well, the other thing about the Red Sox, they've gotten on this roll with their starting pitcher. They've gone 16-9 with their starters, and they've only given up 3 runs or more in 4 of those games. So again, they're scoring, they're pitching, and then again, they're one of the better with Castillo and Bradley and Betts in the outfield, one of the better defensive outfielders. So it's a different team. That's why they've played better.
1-2 in the dirt. Nice stop made, Wieters, and he holds the runners. 2 ball, 2 strike count. A lot of Red Sox fans concerned about whether or not the Red Sox will trade away some of their young stars, or one of them, like a Bradley or a Castillo, to try and get a starting pitcher. I don't think so, but I think
the word is that Craig Kimbrell, they need a closer. AJ Preller down in San Diego wheels and deals. They have a lot of young players to maybe make a move. They're always looking. You did the graphic last night where they have maybe the 3rd best increase in offense down in San Diego, so they're looking maybe for a little more defense.
Pitch on the way, and a ground ball foul outside the third. Well, they got to do something with the pitching. The Red Sox do, and the Orioles do. I mean, starting pitching wasn't there. Now, do you trust the starting pitchers you've got to go into another season and say they'll be back up again, or are you going to try and make a move?
Well, there's Clay Buchholz, who, when healthy, pitched very well this year. The problem is, for him, health is wealth, and he hasn't had a lot of wealth.
Didn't stay out there.
Yeah.
2 ball, 2 strike count. First and second occupied here. Ground ball down to third. That's just foul. Almost able to hug the chalk on that one. They've got these great young players. You got Mookie Betts. He's still 22. You got Xander Bogaerts. He's still 22. Both of them putting up big offensive numbers overall for the Red Sox offense, and both playing some very good defense. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Only one away here. Jimenez having to work hard on Bogaerts with Ortiz waiting on deck. 2-2 delivery on the way, and he'll pop that one up. First base. Davis, infield fly rule. He's got it. 2 down. As part of the Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, the Orioles are partnering with the Maryland Governor, Larry Hogan, to raise funds for leukemia and the Lymphomia Society and the Ronald McDonald House Charities in the fight against pediatric cancer. Orioles contributing $50,000 to the cause and encouraging fans to join in, visiting Orioles.com/charity. Take advantage of a 50% discount for tomorrow's game against the Red Sox and every game against the Blue Jays with your donation. Here's Ortiz, strikeout victim, his first time up, and he'll take the pitch away for a ball.
Yeah, one of the incredible numbers, because he's been red hot. Last 78 games, he's at 28 home runs, slow start, hitting .219 all the way into early June, but 192 at runners in scoring position.
And he'll take the pitch low.
This is a guy over the course of his career is a couple of points shy of 300 lifetime. Which is a very, very good number. That's what we were talking about. 120 opportunities. Only Bogaerts with more opportunities to drive in runs for the Red Sox.
2-0 count on Ortiz. Pitch to him, and that's going to be away. So Ortiz gets it 3-0 with runners on at first and second base and 2 down. Ortiz hit .285 with runners in scoring position last year. But without knowing the exact figures, it has to be one of the most dramatic drop-offs from last year to this year, and Jimenez wanted no part of him. That's all but an intentional walk to load the bases up.
And it can be risky. Obviously, you make your choices, and again, Buck Showalter, any good manager, talks about presence in the lineup. Ortiz, you always know where he is. If he's in the lineup, if he's on deck, if he's in the hole, if he's at the plate. So the calculated risk, I'll pitch around him, didn't get ahead. And again, Shaw's been hitting pretty well for him. Not actually hitting better with runners in scoring and limited at bats than Ortiz.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Shaw 1 for 3 with the sacks full. Will take the pitch inside for a ball.
Well, Doug Eddings missed that pitch. A little splitter that ran back. Let's take a look. He had to reach across, and you could see Wieters kind of almost catch it twice.
Delivery on the way. Shaw with a .267 with runners in scoring position number, 3 points lower than his overall coming into this at bat. The Orioles have the full shift on against him. Manny Machado making sure he stays close enough to take away any idea of bunting here, and the pitch would be taken down low. 2-1 strike count on Shaw. So again, a ball game in which the pitch count's piling up on Jimenez, even though the score is 0-0. 2-1, 2 down. 2 singles and a walk have loaded him up. Betts, Pedroia, Ortiz, Shaw. The off-speed pitch, no place to put him. 3-1.
Well, he just won't. He just would never throw anybody 3 sinkers down and away. It's just not part of the game plan. Dice K, when he pitched for the Red Sox, I asked Victor Martinez, says he's ever just thrown 3 fastballs. He started laughing.
Comes into him, and he doesn't catch up to it. 3-2.
Yeah, maybe chased a little out of the zone.
Shaw's drawn 12 walks, struck out 35 times. 3-2, 2 down, bases loaded, runners will go. Shaw fouls it back, and let's do it again.
Yeah, and the more pitches you see, sometimes that can help you as a hitter. But again, for Ubaldo, he didn't have any choice.
Shaw's had only 4 at-bats against the Orioles on the year coming into this game. 3-2 again, runners go, and he walks in a run. Buck Showalter will be staring a bases loaded walk. So the RBI will go to Shaw. The Red Sox have a 1-0 lead.
Well, it all started with just an infield hit by Betts, and then Pedroia hit one into center and pitched around Ortiz because he didn't make his pitches early in the count. Betts, that's what he does. You lead off, score runs. How do you do that? Get on, and he did.
Shaw's 24th RBI, in 47 games. Sandoval wants 4 RBIs. He flied out to center field, hit it deep his first time up. This is the experienced hitter against Jimenez, as we said the first time around.
Yeah, 361 lifetime. And
bases loaded, 2 down. Sandoval will take the pitch down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Yeah, the strike zone that it usually is big hasn't been that big tonight.
Nope.
I think even that pitch. I mean, it started with the first pitch being thrown that appeared to be a strike to Shaw. Didn't get the call.
1-1. Sandoval reaching, will foul that one back. So Jimenez gets ahead of him, a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it looks like this Red Sox team, and even with some of their young hitters, we saw it with Shaw, that if this is how since the beginning of August they've been able to get average 6 runs or more a game, is they'll take a walk.
1-2 count, 38th at bat. Sandoval against Jimenez, and he'll foul that one away. So Sandoval taking some big rips up there, holds the count at 1-2, as Jimenez tries to work his way out of this inning. Chance to get out of it, surrendering only the 1 run if he can get Sandoval. Outfield shaded to left a bit. Pitch on the way. Sandoval goes to left field, right at him. Pierce is there, makes the catch, and that will retire the side. 1 run in on a couple of hits. The Red Sox leave the bases loaded. They have a 1-0 lead. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Smythe Jewelers, where Maryland gets engaged. And by your local Mazda dealers. Barry Thorne, Jim Palmer, Camden Yards on this glorious early fall evening. The Red Sox take the early 1-0 lead. These teams will wrap up the series in a ball game tomorrow night. We'll be back with you 6:30 O's Extra, 7 o'clock for the game. Mike Wright, Henry Owens. The Orioles will then leave for a 4-game set in Tampa Bay. The Red Sox will stay in Baltimore. They've got a day off coming, so they're going to spend overnight here and then travel on the day off up to Toronto. J.J. Hardy will lead it off for the O's. Hardy with a 1 for 3 in the ball game last night. And the pitch to him by Kelly is taken for a strike. California native out of Anaheim, actually. Born on a very fine day, June 9. Played for the University of California at Riverside, then went to the other coast and played Cape Cod League baseball for a year, and then was playing for the St. Louis Cardinals and involved in the Alan Craig deal. 0-2 count. Pierce and then Parra are due up. That'll be up high to him.
Yeah, to me that John Lackey helped the Red Sox to win a World Series, but again, what he was going to have to play for the minimum to get a 25-year-old guy with this arm. I mean, it helped both teams. And then you got Alan Craig, who has struggled as a Red Sox, but
Hardy will take it outside.
Well, you never know. I saw Allen in the hallway. I mean, this was a guy that led the National League with runners and scorers well over 400 for 2 years in a row, and came to the Red Sox and was a totally different player. But Kelly's one of these plus arms.
2-2 delivery to Hardy. Another base hit. He got one he could get up on, and he did. So the Orioles get a leadoff single here in the third inning, and that's the Orioles' first hit. Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Michael Ronnie from Crownsville, has won $500 for being selected. $500 for every Orioles home run hit tonight. Play baseball bucks scratch-offs today. Went up to $50,000 instantly. Learn more at mdlottery.com/baseball. Steve Pearce coming up. Steve hitting in the number 9 spot, starting in left field. He is 2 for 6 off Kelly lifetime. Steve's had a big year against the Red Sox, 357 with 4 RBIs against them this year. And will take the pitch for a strike.
Yeah, he does bring the threat, if you're pitching, of the long ball. A pull hitter. Figure, okay, if I make my pitches, maybe I get a double play. Of course, Steve's thinking the other side. If he makes a mistake, it might be 2-1.
Kelly's given up 14 home runs on the year. High strike called there, and it's 0-2. Hey, Castillo recognizes the power. He's almost on the warning track in left field.
Yeah, the most room in the outfield at Camden Yards is that left field area.
0-2 the count. Not a big lead for Hardy at all at first base. 0-2 delivery on the way upstairs. Hannigan up to get it. And a 1-ball 2-strike count on Steve.
Now you look at Kelly's 8-game winning streak, and we showed you that they had scored almost 10 runs a game. Well, they got 13 and 10, 7, 7, 6, but he's also won before his last 10-run game against Toronto. He won 3-1, 3-2, and that's what you want to force him to have to do. Pitch well if you're pitching against Joe Kelly.
And another one. He stayed upstairs on him, but out of the strike zone. So the count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Steve trying to get the runner around from first base here in September. He's had just a 5 for 27 so far at the plate. 2-ball 2-strike count. First leadoff man on for the Orioles. Something Kelly does a bit of. Gets only 63% of leadoff hitters. There's the one. Way back in left field. Castillo back at the wall. And goodbye. Home run. 2 RBI shot. Pearce gets it, and the Orioles get the lead.
Well, that's what we're pretty much talking about. He hit 21 home runs last year. Hit 291. So everybody going, wow. But he was healthy. This year, the oblique problem. But if you make a mistake, he will be waiting, and he did.
11 home runs and 30 RBIs for Steve Pearce. And the Orioles have the lead. And for Michael Ronnie, our Maryland Lottery contestant, that's worth $500 on the Orioles home run. And that will clear the bases. 15th surrendered by Kelly.
How big was that line out by Sandoval right at Pearce in left field to end the last inning?
And a strike taken by Parra.
I'll take a look at this hanging curveball. And again, right there, you want to go timeout. Let's do this over again. But you don't get to do that. No makeovers when you're hanging them. And Pearce does not miss it.
And the Orioles continue to use the long ball during this stretch of games. 0-1 pitch on the way. Orioles have now had 18 home runs in the last 9 games, including this one here tonight. So they are driving the baseball. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Parra flied out to center field. The Orioles here in the third inning. 2 up, 2 on, and 2 in. Hardy starting it out with a single. Kelly's pitch will be up and in. Misses 2-1. Boy, as has been true the last few years for the Buck Showalter era, actually, in light of the personnel the Orioles have, those home runs are all the difference to the Orioles. They've got 195 homers. They are 4th in home runs in the American League, and as we've shown you throughout, they've been somewhere around the 48-49% mark of their runs coming off homers. Kelly with the 2-1 delivery, foul back. Red Sox and Orioles are 7-5 in September. The Orioles having 70 wins and Boston 68 on the year. Two teams well below the expected numbers of W's if you go back and look at the prognostications during spring training. 2-ball, 2-strike count. That ball's going to go to the gap and will fall in for a base hit in front of Bradley. So the Orioles 3 up and 3 on as Parra picks up the single. Still nobody out. The O's begin the final week of the regular season with the 4-game series against the Jays. Monday, September 28th it starts. On Wednesday the 30th, fans will get the Miguel Gonzalez designed t-shirt. Don't miss this year's final t-shirt giveaway. Enjoy one more summer night at the ballpark. Tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. And I hope there's a mariachi band to go with a mariachi t-shirt.
Yeah, and they hope that they could celebrate maybe Miguel getting back to pitching, something that he wants to do, and Buck Showalter certainly, or the skipper, like to see him pitch again.
He is throwing again. Flat ground yesterday, day off today, and go again tomorrow. Here's Manny Machado bunting for a base hit, fouls it way back over the screen.
Yeah, Manny's going to get a little grin. That seemed like a good idea until he almost fouled it into the broadcasting booth here.
A towering pop-up.
Well, Sandoval was playing about 5 steps. So at least you do it on the first pitch, the first strike. Now he's going to move in a little bit. Enhances the chance of hitting it by him.
0-1 the count. Pretty good lead for Parra at first base. Shaw is holding him and draws the attention of Joe Kelly, and he'll step off. The Orioles have out-homered the Red Sox this year, 15-13. They have outscored them now 74-54 in the games played this year. This is the 15th between these two teams. Kelly, long look. Manny Machado down to third this time. Sandoval's got to wait on the short hop. Will get one. Pedroia hustles it, but not in time. They get the force out on Parra. 5-4 put out at second. 1 out.
Yeah, nice play by Sandoval. Enable, and of course Pedroia, he uses the bag to protect him. And again, when you've played as much as Dustin has, your Gold Glover, MVP, you know you're not going to throw it away just in case maybe Manny slipped or something. Maybe a double play, but very slow developing 5-4.
Full shift. Davis, runner at first base. They will play a double play depth. Chris, a strikeout victim, his first time to the plate. And the throw over, this time with Manny Machado, the base runner.
And they threw over there 3 times the first time when Manny walked.
Orioles have the 2-1 lead, out hitting the Red Sox at the moment, 3-2. Chris leading in home runs, 42, one ahead of Nelson Cruz. Second in RBIs, 106. Donaldson, 119. Pitch on the way, runner goes. Ball lifted to center field. That's going to fall in. Read by Machado. He hits the third base. Mookie Betts will get the ball back in. Gets away. Run will score, and the runner goes to second. Missed play by the Red Sox. And the Orioles add another run, and they lead at 3-1. That's carelessness.
Yeah, he really did not make a very good throw. Again, learning how to play center field. Instead of coming up and actually just throwing the ball to Pedroia, he flips it. And when he does, it short hops Dustin Pedroia, and once the ball gets away, everything changed. Good base running right here, so it gets to it very quickly. Come up, hit the cutoff man. He just takes a bad throw. It short hops him. Very aware base running by Bobby Dickerson, the third base Oriole coach. And then Manny Machado running hard all the way to third. Scores easily.
No RBI on that. An error allows a run to score. Manny Machado had already stopped at third base, and Chris Davis had stopped at first. So the run scores, and Chris goes to second on the error charged on Betts on the throw.
Yeah, kind of amazing what happens when you run hard, isn't it?
You force plays.
Yeah, well, yeah, and even if you weren't forcing it, just if they make a mistake, and it does happen, we just saw it, makes a huge difference.
That's why when you, even on a single, always go hard to first and make as big a turn as you can. So the outfielder's got to try. He's got to make a throw because he's not sure if you're going to go back. I mean, those kind of things once in a while pay off.
And then, you know, we always talk about advanced scouting, as you know, Gary. But again, if the advanced scouts, they run every ball out. Every single a potential double, unless you play it, it does put pressure on the defense. Yeah? You just play at a different pace.
Still only one away. Adam Jones hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. This will be the first chance Orioles have had with a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, he scorched that ball, but he hit it right on the ground. It was a two-seam fastball down and in. But Adam, you know, again, he's still getting the shoulder, the right shoulder, the bone bruise, and the rotator cuff treated. Also the right wrist. But he had a very, very good swing at a fastball.
0-1 count, one down. Davis, the runner at second base. Adam with a 1-for-7 lifetime off Kelly. 0-1 pitch on the way. Jones broken bat left field very deep. Castillo's got to play it on a hop. Davis will be held at third. Cutoff man hit. So the Orioles keep it going. Jones gets the single and the Orioles cover the corners with one out.
Yeah, Torrey Avolo's going to come out. I'm kind of wondering right here. It just doesn't get a good read. You do the sensible thing. Castillo hits the cutoff man. But again, you're bringing the trainer out. You go to the umpire because otherwise it would be the second visit. So there might be some health issue.
No, they'll talk to Lavallo. And there's Breslow in the bullpen, and they're going to go there. So Kelly, his 8-game win streak on the line, is going to come out of the ball game here in the bottom of the third inning for some physical reason. Breslow comes on. Have a hit until they came into this inning. Now they put the 3 runs up on 5 hits, and Kelly out of there for some physical problem. Jimenez, where does he stand in your eye, Jim, as far as completing this season and for next year? What do you see for Evaldo? Well,
you want him to get back to where he was early in the year, which is really trusting your stuff. I mean, it's a cliche in baseball. If you've ever been a pitcher, and a lot of times you don't know how well you're throwing, and hitters, I mean, early on it was okay, strike one, good movement, 91 miles per hour. I mean, this is a guy used to throw 96 to 100. That's Evaldo. Yeah, that's gone, and the Orioles knew that. But again, he's got a command of stuff. He's, you know, you got the best defense in baseball, and you have to pitch to it. So, you know, hopefully he'll get back to it in this game. But again, the line drive that Sandoval really turned the game around. Could have gone up the gap, would have been a double. Would have been 4-0 as it turned out. Pierce was able to catch it, and now, of course, you know, you hope that Joe Kelly at least is physically all right in the sense it's not an arm issue or something like that. But again, you know, he's been real tough, winning 8 in a row. So, and some good defensive plays early. Manny Machado and J.J. Hardy. But that's why you throw strikes. Held it in place. You know, and it's hard sometimes. And I just think that he feels like he's got to be perfect, and I'm not really sure you have to do that. And maybe it's the, you know, he's still transitioning his way from being a guy that had as good a stuff as anybody to, and I thought Buck Showalter talked about Kevin Gausman. He said he pitched more than he threw last night. I think Ubaldo has to pitch, and he's certainly capable of doing that.
Did you have any pie last night?
No, I didn't. I gave that to Tom Davis, the Bartlett.
Good man.
I took a little bite. How was your pecan?
Dangerously delicious. That supplies the pies. Sent two of them up here last night,
exactly.
and
I had a taste.
I did too. Yeah, when I got back home,
I felt so sorry for Tom Davis and Dave Johnson, who had to do the radio after the game into the wee mornings of the night.
So you gave him the chocolate cream pie.
Part of it.
Did you think about me at all when you did that? I mean, was there any thought about?
I work with you, Gary Thorne. You can get a pie anytime. We did the longevity luncheon. Rick Dempsey and I, we were actually. So when I left, they go, the delicious, dangerously delicious people were out there, and they go, we have 2 pies for you. And I said, well, could you put it in the locker room? And then they brought them up on a stretcher. So I brought the 2 pies, and it was one of those.
Thank you.
Things.
They were delicious.
So that's the comparison with Joe Kelly. You got to understand, he was going. You know, Pedro Martinez won 11 in a row for the Red Sox, so he had an 8-game winning streak. He may still be intact if the Red Sox come back. So again, now our AT&T call to the bullpen. AT&T, proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. AT&T, mobilizing your world. The veteran Craig Breslow. I suppose if you're ever going to lose a pitcher early to an injury, they have a 12-man bullpen. So Breslow really only pitched I think once since the beginning of September, not having one of those typical years, because he's been really good in years past. You know, righties hitting them at 296, lefties again up there at 303, and then of course you bring the lefty in maybe because you want to turn Matt Wieters around, and with runners at first and third set up the double play, but Wieters actually a better hitter from this side.
He has really struggled this season, particularly on the road. See the inherited runners, 14 out of 25 stranded. Breslow's ERA at home is about 3.4. His ERA on the road is 6.6. 21 games pitched away from Fenway Park this year, so it's not been a typical Craig Breslow season. You do get to make the change here now. The Orioles set a lineup to go against a right-hander, and early in the game you end up with a left-hander coming out of the bullpen. Davis at third, Jones on at first, and Matt Wieters coming to the plate. Still only one away. The Orioles with 3 runs in so far. They've had 4 singles and a home run. Their first 5 hits of the game coming here in the 3rd inning. And the pitch to Wieters, off speed delivery, 74 is in there for a strike.
Yeah, first pitch changeup, hoping that he'll roll over. Again, the Orioles, they may not know the exact number, but you know who you're playing. You know that the Red Sox have been scoring a 10 a run, so you're always in the ad mode. Get as many as you can.
Wieters 0 for 5, lifetime off Breslow.
Oh, he'll take a fly ball at the outfield here, any depth.
Get a run in. 0-1 pitch on the way, and that one tails away and up. 1 ball, 1 strike count at 89.
Yeah, and the one thing about Craig Breslow, I mean, he usually throws 90 to 92. He's got a little slider he'll throw at your back leg if you're a right-handed hitter, and then he's got that changeup that he can hopefully get you out on your front foot. But Matt Wieters is thinking, what can I get early in the count to get in the air, get it out of the infield.
1-1 delivery to him, trying to do it on another off-speed pitch, and you saw the uppercut he was taking there. 1-2.
Yeah, here's your Nissan pitch, trying to real good changeup. Just turned it over a little bit. I mean, ended up pretty much in the middle of the plate, but again, the changeup, they're trying to time whatever the delivery is, and that changeup can certainly mess up that timing. It did there.
1-2. Runners off first and third. Outfield straight away. Infield double play depth. 1-2 pitch on the way to him, and Wieters will foul that one back. This is Breslow's 7th game against the Orioles this year. He has given up a run on 6 hits in 6 1/3 innings. Here in this ballpark, lifetime 18 previous games, 5 runs on 18 hits in 20 innings against him in Camden Yards. Interesting, there's Joe Kelly staying on the bench. Figure if there's a physical problem, he'd be back in the clubhouse. 1-2 the count. And he got one up in the air, left field. Castillo over. Plenty of time to tag and score. Davis throw to second. Sac fly, RBI Wieters, and a 4-0 Orioles, 4-1 Orioles lead.
Well, nice adjustment by Matt Wieters. Took the first changeup, swung through the second one, and then hit the third one that he saw into left field with one hand. So able to stay back, and then, but look at the bottom end, right over his left shoulder. Look at Chris Davis on contact. He goes right back to third base. And then when Castillo catches it, you know, the only thing he has to do is keep Adam Jones over at first.
19 RBIs for Matt Wieters. This is 65th game. Gets the job done, and the Orioles get another run in. Now Jonathan Scope, runner at first base, out of Jones, and there are 2 down. And a 1-0 count. These runners, the responsibility of Kelly, the starter. And Kelly so far charged with 4 runs in the inning in the ball game. Jonathan Scope on that tailing away pitch, 1-1.
It's almost like a little screwball. Turns it over.
4 runs on 5 hits for the Orioles. 1-1. Scope, another one that's in the outside part of the plate. 1-2.
Yeah, he's the type of pitcher for, you know, Breslow. Again, we talked about the slider. And that'll be to the glove side. He'll throw it at your back foot, and then he'll throw that running fastball and changeup. So it's kind of in and out and get you on your front foot.
1-2. Most runs off Kelly during his 8-game win streak, 5 once. Orioles have 4. Ball gets away, runner will advance. Jones goes down on a bouncer in the wild pitch.
Yeah, you can see Ryan Hannigan get down to block it, but the ball bounced out so far in front of home plate, it's hard to track. I mean, look, I mean, it's way out there. I don't know if it got 57 feet. Home plate 60 feet 6 inches.
So now the Orioles get a runner down to second. Picked up 1 hit with a runner in scoring position. 2 ball, 2 strike count on Scope. Breslow's pitch just misses away, trying to get Scope to go after another one, and he wouldn't. So 3-2. Orioles trying to tack on their 5th run of the ball game. Winning the ball game last night 2-0 against the Red Sox, held them to 3 hits. Now here in the 3rd inning, getting the lead against Boston in game 2. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Breslow will get the strikeout, and that will do it here in the inning. But the Orioles send up 8. Pierce, the second batter in the inning, his 11th home run, 2 RBIs. Orioles 4, Sox 1. So much to do and see on the beaches and islands of Sarasota on Florida's Gulf Coast. Go beyond the stadium to Siesta Beach, named winner of the 2015 TripAdvisor Traveler's Choice Awards for beaches. You can plan now. Visit sarasota.org. So Steve Pearce with a blast, the home run. Orioles get the 4-run inning, 3 of the runs earned, 5 hits, an error, and 1 left on. Jimenez with a lead and a first pitch foul right at the plate. Yikes.
So we got the news on Joe Kelly, right shoulder fatigue. Twitching a little bit there, Gary. You're left-handed too, so it's a good thing you're.
Breaking ball. Boy, did that have some movement on it. So a little tightness in the shoulder and a little fatigue will go a long way to getting you out of a ball game, won't it? We hope he's all right. Kelly charged with the 4 runs. Swing and a miss. Boy, that was quick work right there. That's strikeout number 2.
Well, strike 1, strike 2. Well, let's see if he'll chase something up in the zone, and he does. Boy, the great thing, and I talk about it all the time. Took me a while to learn it. When they get 2 strikes, they expand the strike zone. A lot better when it's 2-0. Just reverse the count, and that would have been ball 3. And the only way you get to that count is to be aggressive early in the count. And again, it's an old cliche, but trust your stuff. Hitting's tough.
Here's Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan will take the pitch up high for a ball. Jimenez with 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Kelly had a walk and 3 Ks. Orioles 4-5-0. They've left 2. The Red Sox 1-2-1. They've already left 5 on base. And the pitch taken for a strike by Hannigan.
I love the body language when it's just like, oh,
man.
Thought it was low. It was low when my guy was throwing it, but I'm not going to say that because long way to the barn here.
And a little ground ball to third. Manny Machado on the 4th hop. And that hard throw will get Hannigan. 2 down here in the 4th inning. Get in on the baseball action with Masson. Text the word Orioles 29292 for team alerts and chances to win exclusive prizes, including meet and greets with your favorite players and autographed memorabilia. That's Orioles 29292 for O's alerts you can't miss. Jackie Bradley Jr. grounded out his first time to the plate.
Yeah, talk about a guy that's gone from hot to 1 for 20. That's this guy. Last 31 hits, 22 extra bases. But right here, this is what you do here. Make your pitch. Be aggressive. And see if you can get out. Pitch count now at 68. Get out of this inning, it'll be right on track. There's another one.
He's been on a home run tear while not hitting a lot of hits. 7 home runs, 31 games. Nowhere near that. He had only 5 home runs in his first 188 major league games. That one off the fist. Jimenez really got that one in and keeps the count at 0-2 on Bradley.
Yeah, another guy that's been up and down. And talked about Joe Kelly going down and kind of resurrecting his career. Jackie Bradley Jr. and the attitude was, from everything I've heard, was been tremendous. Go down, work on your swing, come up. Good take right there.
They say he's a different player. The Red Sox personnel who watched him before and after say the player who came back here is just a different guy. His confidence level is way up. He's straightened out the mechanics at the plate. 1-2 delivery, and Jimenez gets him. So Jimenez has got 3 strikeouts. First time he set the order down 1-2-3 and a 4-1 O's lead. Kershaw, 13 straight unbeaten starts. He is 9-0 with a 9-8 during that span. The New York Mets, they've won 5 straight games when trailing after 6. They did it last night. That is the longest streak in the franchise history. And Mookie Betts, that 18-game hit streak that was snapped yesterday, only Ted Williams and Bobby Doerr had streaks that were longer for the Red Sox before turning 23 years old. And those numbers on Clayton Kershaw that he's put up, 9-0, a .98. Only 2 other pitchers have ever had that kind of a streak, Bob Gibson and Gaylord Perry. Gibson did it in 68 and Perry in 74.
He's just trying to get his ERA down to where his teammate Zach Greinke's is at 160 something.
If there's any reason, that ball in the air to left field, Clevenger again, Castillo back, and it'll be caught. If there's ever a reason the Dodgers got to have some kind of a plus going into the playoffs, it's got to be that twosome, doesn't it?
Well, you think that, and you know, Matt Carpenter plays for the Cardinals, and last year, same thing. And you know, I was talking to Matt in spring training, and I said, how do you keep getting big hits off of Clayton Kershaw? He said, well, we all know how great a pitcher he is. He makes mistakes. You're just trying to battle. And Clayton Kershaw, as great as he is, and he's a fabulous pitcher, he's still got to be able to do in the postseason. And there have been a lot of guys that have struggled, and nobody can really explain why.
No. Great hitters have had the same problem.
Yeah, exactly. You try to do a little bit too much, or you try to throw a little bit harder, or whatever the case is, or the other guy knows he better pitch a good game than you don't have one of your best. But Kershaw, very, very special. Led the National League in earned run average the last 3 years.
1 ball, 1 strike count on Hardy. He started that 3rd inning with a base hit. He's now got a 4-game hit streak, a couple of hits, 4 at bats in this series. Shattered bat. Castillo coming in, and we'll put it away. And there are 2 down. Orioles are going to close out the regular season fan appreciation weekend against the Yankees. Starts October 2. There'll be post-game fireworks presented by Johns Hopkins Medicine Friday. Orioles knit bomber hats, first 20,000 15 and over Saturday. Steve Pearce fans choice bobbleheads from AT&T, first 25,000 15 and over on Sunday. Tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Fan appreciation weekend on the final weekend of the regular season.
You're going to look good in a knit bomber hat.
I like that knit bomber hat. Go with my scarf.
Oh, that scarf is nice.
It is. Pitch taken down low for a ball.
I'm going up to taking Indiana Jones, Spencer, my stepson, up to Durango. Last time I went in October 15th on my birthday, it was about 31 degrees and about 4 inches of snow when we got to Littleton. It's one of the great historical train that goes from Durango up to Silverton.
Yes.
On the Animas River, the one that got polluted. Hopefully that's gone. But anyway, yeah, the weather can. So that scarf
you can get a little cold,
and then the sweatshirt. It's going to be.
You're all set.
Yes.
It'll be an orange pairing.
I'm taking Steve Pearce's bobblehead with me.
Leave it up on the top.
Yeah, exactly. It'll get me anywhere I need to go. You can get hot chocolate on that ride. On the Durango Silverton, for like $12, all you can drink.
It's real chocolate.
Yeah, and it takes about 11 hours to go up that 43 miles and back. So yeah, you're
beautiful country.
Yeah, it really is gorgeous.
2-1 delivery on the way, and the ball will be popped up first base. Shaw, and he's got it. So 1-2-3 inning. Grezzo staying on here in the 4th, and then as we'll come back out, working with a 4-1 lead. Get to the end of the year for lots of different reasons. The Astros a 4-8 record now in September, and A.J. Hinch, Dallas Morning News. Skipper, we're not spooked. We will be back Tuesday ready to play. Texas has the lead in the ball game.
Well, also they're playing on the road. Right?
Yep. And Orange County, Garrett Richards, Angels, they are following a similar path. Late July, about the same time the Angels started falling, he began to fade from the playoff race. Richards gradually falling farther from being the star he was last year, as the Angels are heading to the golf course.
Yeah, they're what, 4.5 back of, I think, Houston, 4 back of the Rangers. The only good news for them, and it's only good news if you're playing well, is that you get to play the teams in front of you.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going, geez, we want to play some teams that aren't playing well.
And they've got to play those teams on the road.
Yeah.
The Angels have a tough.
Well, that's the problem with Houston. I mean, they're only 29-43 on the road. I mean, they're one of the powerhouses at home. And they are playing a 4-game series in Texas.
Swing and a miss. Great pitch by Jimenez, down and in, and a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Betts with a base hit, and he has grounded out. Orioles with a 4-1 lead. Top half of the 5th inning. Texas leads Houston 4-0. Second inning. And that one is going to be bounced. And a bad throw back to the pitcher, which is why umpires should never throw the ball back to the pitcher.
How did you hurt your back? Well, lunging for the toss back. I didn't like you know, Steve Palermo. He used to throw harder than I did, and I didn't like that. The end of my career. I'm like,
yeah, that's kind of fair. Demoralizing.
Not only will you not call the high strike, you've thrown harder than I did. And the good thing is he had a tremendous, well, unless Earl Weaver was talking to him, but he had a great sense of humor. So I would tell him that, and just maybe I'll get a strike or two. No. 1 in 8 lifetime. The only time, last time I won 20 games. That was the only time I ever won when Steve Palermo behind the plate.
2-2 up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. So Betts is on with a leadoff single here in the 5th inning. Orioles are proud to support the 2015 Ride to Conquer Cancer 2-day 150-mile cycling event throughout the capital region. Funds raised support the vital cancer research, accelerating transformational cancer discoveries at Johns Hopkins Kimmel Cancer Center. The ride takes place September 19 and 20. It starts and finishes at RFK, so you can take a moment to donate and get information at ridetoVictory.org.
So let's see if Rinaldo can weather the storm. 3rd time through the lineup. That's when he got in trouble back in the 3rd. 2nd time through. Pedroia, one of those. Hard single back up the middle.
6-game hit streak for Pedroia. Did not play in the ball game last night. Pretty good lead at first base for Betts. Pedroia puts it in the air to right center field. Going back, Jones, Parra. It's in the middle of them. It'll take a hop and go up and over. So it'll save a run for the moment. A ground rule double by Pedroia will put runners at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out.
Well, one of the great high ball hitters for a little guy. And he can hit home runs. He can drive the ball to right center field when he's healthy. All kinds of wrist problems. You end up in the middle of the plate, and that's inside middle. Watch him just stay on it and drive it to right center field. A looping fly ball. Couldn't catch up with it.
Red Sox a big chance to get right back in the ball game, trailing 4-1. Bogaerts popped out his last time up with runners on. Takes a pitch for a strike. The numbers for Jimenez this season: first time through the lineup, 237. Second time, 267. Third time, 270, which is what they are doing right now.
And how do you change that? You make quality pitches. First 2 batters in the middle of the plate.
That's going to be a base hit. It'll score Betts. Pedroia will be stopped as Jones will get it back in. Adam missing the cutoff man, but it came in hard enough to hold the runner at first. So Bogaerts will pick up the RBI, bringing in Mookie Betts, and it's a 4-2 game.
And the other thing is that when you give up 3 consecutive hits, it's 4-1. Little slider that stays up. Bogaerts, of course, as we mentioned, hitting 373 in this month. Doesn't miss that kind of pitch. He may hit it at somebody, but he's going to hit it hard.
So the Red Sox first 3 up and in here in the 5th inning, up and on, 1 in.
Yeah, and still nobody up in the Oriole bullpen. So
Pedroia goes to 3rd, and first base on the base hit Bogaerts.
So you have speed. I mean, if you're Torey Lovullo, you could steal bases. You can do all kinds of stuff. Probably won't do it until you maybe get deeper in the count. Keep the first base open.
Ortiz low for ball. He has walked and struck out. Bogaerts picking up his 72nd RBI of the season. He and Betts came in tied with 71 apiece. Ortiz their leader with 95. Ortiz now 2 for 16 with a home run off Jimenez. 1-0 delivery. That'll be up high 2-0.
Yeah, you would imagine Dave Wallace going to come out and have a little talk at some point here. Still nobody up in the Oriole bullpen. So 25-28. That's why the pitch count is where it is. And obviously very efficient in the second and the fourth.
Tired the side in order. Fourth inning. Ortiz towering pop up to center field. Runner will tag. Now remember that bad shoulder for Adam. He's not going to throw. And scoring will be Pedroia. So Pedroia in on the sac fly. Ortiz will get the RBI, and it's a 4-3 game.
Yeah, they know the scouting report. They've read. So you can see right here, and then also, if you don't really trust your arm, and we've seen that with Adam, again, the bone bruise on the rotator cuff, something that getting treatment, but it's hard to, when you're still playing and diving and hitting and throwing, really get the inflammation out of there. I don't think he trusted his arm.
No.
And again, you're tying runs at first.
Yeah.
So why risk it? Just keep the double play in order, and maybe Baldo can make a good pitch here.
Travis Shaw's drawn a walk, bases loaded walk, got an RBI, and he's been hit by a pitch.
See, now I think the stolen base does come into play here.
Yep.
9 out of 10 for Bogaerts. So that's one of your options. And
20 out of 23 successful against Jimenez, so they've run. That's why he throws over. Wieters throwing out 27%. Pitch is taken for a strike. Shaw, runner on at first, still only one away here in the inning, and Sandoval waiting on deck.
Yeah, they steal him on Ubaldo, not the Oriole catchers. He's deliberate.
No attempt to go at first here, and it'll be fouled off for a 2-strike count.
Yeah, he tries to speed it up, and you can slide step. Slide step is you just take that front leg and slide it towards home plate. Maybe abbreviated leg kick allows you to release it a little bit quicker.
0-2. Shift on, runner goes, pitch up, Wieters throw, off the mark, and stolen base.
Well, you know, it's almost a track meet when he pitches because he never stopped him. So it doesn't really matter what happens. I mean, you got to make a look at this. I mean, he's just got a running start. So it's very easy when you can steal some bases. Now 10 out of 11 for Xander Bogaerts. It's almost like a pitch count, pitch out, but you still have to make the runner stop, and he doesn't. So there's your tying run as Hardy jumps up and out of the way.
Delivery will be inside to him. Red Sox 1 for 3 with runners in scoring position, and now with that stolen base, we'll get another chance. Hardy right behind second base with the left-hander Shaw up. Scope moves over towards the base a little bit in order to cut that hole down. And a swing and a miss on a tailing pitch away. Big strikeout, 4 Ks.
Now little splitter that he's able to get on the outside quarter of the plate. And if you're Travis Shaw, might even have been a back-up slider, something that stays away and comes back and just snips the outside corner or stays right on it. Nice 2-strike pitch.
So now with 2 down, Sandoval, he has flied out twice. Came in hitting .295 against the Orioles this year. Punches that one down the line left field. Going back, Pierce at the wall looking. It hits right off the wall. It'll easily score. Bogaerts into second base with a double and an RBI. And Scope saying challenge that. He came off the base. The run will score. It was ahead of the out.
Yeah, you got Adrian Johnson, the first base umpire, coming all the way over. So again, we told you what, 361 lifetime. Here's the slide they're talking about. So again, does he come off? And this will be, what's this right here? So he beats the throw. And then
The left hand comes off, but does the right hand go on in time? They're going to challenge it. Boy, I tell you, see, that's one of those plays where it was really important for Bogaerts to be running hard. He doesn't cross that plate, and it's an out at second base.
Yeah, Steve Pearce does a nice job of playing it off the wall. Now he beats it, but again, he's off.
Yeah.
So what happens is that again, the tagology of 2014 and 15, especially this year, where the replay is sustain the tag. And the Orioles do it. This is the way they're coached. They do a great job of it, and a lot of it, you got to make a good throw because otherwise he's in there safe. So you make a good throw and then you sustain the tag, and you have to do that. You got to be balanced.
And this one angle clearly shows he was out.
Yeah, hard not to make that change. I mean, now I'm not sure anybody's going to argue. Did he push him off? Might have. But any way you look at it, the hand comes off. The glove is laid on that left forearm, so he should be out.
And he is. He's out. So the Orioles challenge ends up overturning the call. The run will count. It'll be a base hit. Sandoval, RBI. He's taken out 7-4. So the Red Sox have come back. Our Mazda do-ups. It'll be Parra, Machado, and Davis. Beautiful night and an interesting ball game. The Red Sox come back to tie it up 4-4. They get the 3 runs on 4 hits in the 5th inning. Sandoval credited with a single and an RBI. Ortiz a sac fly, and Bogaerts a single and a run scored. So interesting as they've come back to tie it up, and we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Orioles retired in order by Breslow in the last half inning. Taken for a strike. Parra leading it off. Base hit. He is flied out. Manny Machado and then Davis due up for the Orioles. Joe Kelly out, the starter. Shoulder stiffness, fatigue. 4 runs, 3 earned, 5 hits in just 2 1/3 innings. But he is non-decision, so that win streak of 8 will continue, although not consecutively, as he'll take an ND in this one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Pedro Martinez 11 in a row, which is the Red Sox record, was consecutive wins. Anyway, he's the standard bearer when it comes to consecutive winning decisions.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Bunting for a base hit again, trying to get one down to Sandoval. He tried that before previous at bat and missed it. This time he fouls it off. He has a couple of hits now. It's the Red Sox this season. Lifetime .263 hitter against Boston. Games with Milwaukee. Breslow out of the bullpen throwing strikes. See how long they go with Breslow, the left-hander.
It looks like maybe they got somebody up again.
Parr is hitting 171 against lefties with the Orioles. He was hitting 190 against lefties with the Brewers. 2 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, there's Heath Hembree, who got the win in that 13-inning game down in Tampa on Sunday. Orioles have seen him early in the year. Hard thrower. One of the 11 remaining bullpenners out there that we know of. Never know from day to day now.
2-2 delivery, and there's a great off-speed pitch.
Well, that's the changeup, and you know, he turns it over. You're out in front. Great arm speed. Gets him to bite at a ball down and in.
So a couple of strikeouts for Breslow, as he's now worked to 1 out here in the 5th inning. Manny Machado scored after reaching on a fielder's choice in the 3rd inning. He has also drawn a walk. And he'll go after another off-speed delivery. That has some great movement against right-handed batters. Oof.
You know, it's kind of interesting to me because Hannigan's target's pretty much in the middle of the plate, but he's just trusting the depth and the late movement of that changeup.
Then a heater, and he wished he hadn't done that. Way back, right center field, and goodbye, home run, Manny Machado, the Orioles' 2nd home run of the ball game, and Machado rips it, and the Orioles are back on top 5-4.
What Manny?
How happy is that young man? Number 29 RBI, number 73.
Yeah, that youngster's going, no way he can hit one out here. No way. But he did. I mean, that was a bullet. There you go, 5-tool player. He just saw part of it, the power aspect.
Oh, Manny Machado moving in on that 30 home run mark, 29 on the season for the Orioles. He and Pierce have homered in the ball game tonight. Orioles back on top by a score of 5-4. That ball the other way, foul by Davis.
Yeah, talking about Breslow, who hit what, 6.6 ERA on the road. If he stays down, he's got a chance. If he elevates it, a little bit easier to elevate, and that's just a rocket into the right center field seats to give the Orioles the lead.
Each club now is 6 hits in the ball game. Davis, a base hit and a run scored. That one bounced.
Yeah, when you get to draft in the top 10, Manny in 2010, the 3rd pick in the United States, these are the kind of players that you not only hope to get, but you expect to get. You do your due diligence if they can stay healthy.
Manny with 7 home runs off left-handers. 1-1 delivery on the way, and Davis will take it. It is there. And a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Michael Givens in the bullpen. That may be it, because that home run gives Ubaldo Jimenez a chance to be the winning pitcher in the ball game for the moment. He's thrown a lot of pitches, battling through 5. Look at that fan.
There you go.
Pictures.
Did he bring the glove? I don't even think he brought the glove.
Reaching, and Hannigan over, no play.
Yeah, our good friend Ed Farmer almost took one in the chest the other day Sunday. Tell him, bring your glove up there. He might have the glove now.
I don't think so.
I saw. Can't believe it.
That's how it looked. It looked like that. Oh, he does have the glove. Got the glove. Okay.
Well, you got to be prepared. That's, you know, again, what do they say? There's a process to everything. That's it.
That's great. Perfect. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that is outside. Chris takes, and a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Oh, Manny Machado. He's got a fan for life. Not that he didn't before, but he's really logged in now. That home run. that family will forever remember, and that young man will be calling Masson tomorrow for video. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Davis with Jones waiting on deck, only one away. And Breslow will miss outside. So a full count on Chris, 3-2. Young man meet Manny, Manny meet young man.
Now he's waiting for another one. He's got the right guy at the plate.
Takes the glove off, cheers. Has the glove ready though. Yes, sir. That's a full pack. That's a 5-tool fan right there. 3-2 delivery on the way by Breslow, and he 78 had him out in front.
Yeah, stayed up a little bit, but the change of speed gets Chris Davis.
And that's going to be it. It looks like for Breslow. He'll come out of the ball game. They'll go to the bullpen. All the matchups will begin. Torey Lovallo comes out to make the change. And the Orioles, with 2 down, nobody on, a Machado home run, have the lead back. The Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Genuine excitement. Young fans on hand tonight having a great time and a baseball to take home.
Well, Heath Hembree comes on again out of the Giant organization. Jake Peavy goes to the Giants last year, and he comes over again, a 5th-round draft choice, so you know he's got a pretty good arm, and we saw it early on. He has pitched much better up and down this season. So again, up in Fenway he was throwing 92, 93, and you can see lefties hit him pretty well, righties a little bit better, but as we mentioned, first major league win on Sunday in the 13th inning.
So at 2 down, Adam Jones will not get to see the left-hander. With the right-hander in to face him, Adam is singled, hit into a fielder's choice. Embree's delivery, slider away, and Adam went after it, and a 1-strike count. Orioles on top now, 5-4. Each team has picked up 6 hits in the ball game. Adam against Embree has gone 2 for 3 with a home run against the Red Sox right-hander. 0-1 delivery, and that's a chopper to second base. Pedroia fields and records the out. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. Orioles 2 home runs in the ball game, and this one, as was true with Pierce's home run, gives them a lead, 5-4.
Home run number 11, 2-run shot. Orioles will score 4 runs, take a 4-1 lead, and then here come the Red Sox. 6 runs, 8 game, and they will get 4. Nice throw by Pierce, even better tag by Jonathan Scope, and then Manny Machado with his 29th home run, right center field. Youngster, very happy young man. Those are your Geico game highlights. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. So a few less fastballs, a few more breaking balls, and then a few more changeups. And Michael Gibbons will come in to protect this 1-run lead.
Castillo will lead it off and will take the pitch for a strike, bottom third of the order, due up against Gibbons.
So fastballs 92 to maybe 95. Slider. There's another one. Started the first one. He likes the front hip slider to righties. And he's actually pitched pretty well. The command's been good.
0-2 count on Castillo, leading it off, fouled away. Hannigan and then Bradley will be due up. So the Orioles another 5-inning start. But Jimenez gives himself a chance to win his 12th game of the year. He is already 1-0 against the Red Sox. The home run by Manny Machado allowed the Orioles to make the change. I think it looked like Buck Showalter, the game stayed tied, was going to leave Jimenez in for another inning. But once the Orioles got the lead and gave Jimenez a chance to be a winner, the bullpen was ready to go. Gibbons' pitch will be outside to Castillo. Fielder's choice, struck out. Fine play made against him back in the 2nd inning by Hardy to get an out at second base. And that one sliced at and fouled the other way.
A young pitcher, converted infielder. I mean, really has made a jump from 2013. That's the first year he pitched. Again, this year didn't have room at AAA, so he got his work in at AA.
And that one's going to be a base hit down the line. Got that one in on his way to second base, representing the potential tying run in the game. Castillo delivers a leadoff double here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of concerned that once you do that front hip breaking ball a lot, hitters look for it, and that's what he did there. He threw it down and in. You know, he looked poor. What's this ball? Kind of is, that's a ankle high hanger, and so to speak. And then again, it's easier to get to. If it's away, you probably chase it. And again, Castillo, good quick bat, and he doesn't miss it.
Leadoff man on again. They had one in the 2nd inning, did not score. Had a leadoff man on in the 5th, and they got 3 runs in the inning. Now a leadoff man on here in the 6th. Ryan Hannigan has grounded out twice to third baseman Manny Machado. 2 for 5, the Red Sox in these situations tonight. And the pitch away for a ball. So Gibbons now trying to work his way through and protect this lead of just 1 run.
Yeah, that leadoff double certainly doesn't make it easy. Yeah, the quality of the pitches you have to make at this level, it just demands that they be good ones.
0-1 inside, around the belt and up.
And, and if you're pitching, and you know what Ryan Hannigan wants to do. He wants to shoot one into right field. And again, if you get ahead quickly and make quality pitches, so there's no problem with giving stuff. At this particular time, it's pretty more until he gets his feet on the ground, command issues.
2-0 delivery, runner off second base, foul back. He worked against Kansas City in his last outing on the 11th, and he gave up 2 runs in 4 1/3 innings worked. Had a walk and a hit batter in that ball game. Now he's got a runner on at second base. J.J. Hardy, even with a right-hander up, is moved over towards the bag, so they give the shortstop hole up to Hannigan here in this at bat, at least for the moment. 2 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and a ground ball right at Hardy. It will move the runner up. So a productive at bat to get Castillo over. Hannigan grounds out with 1 down. Our Maryland Live Casino inside the numbers regarding who gets what.
Yeah, from year to year it really can change. Last year Ubaldo got about 3.6 runs a game. Did not have a good record. And Miguel Gonzalez didn't get a lot of runs. winning record. Chen got a ton of runs this year. Lately it's come up. And then Kevin Gausman, 2.32, one of the lowest in all of baseball.
Infield drawn in. Jackie Bradley Jr. 0 for 2 takes a strike. Only one down, a 1-run lead, so the Orioles playing to protect it. Castillo with good speed at third. 0-1 delivery. Swung through it late on the 94 and an 0-2 count.
Yeah, so let's see now. We talked about quality pitches. This is when you're going to try to make it. You're looking for a strikeout. Don't have to throw him a strike. You really have 2-3 pitches to do it.
And he got a strike in there and got him. Went right at him.
You know, it's kind of interesting. Down in Texas, he gave up a hit with the runner in scoring position, and then Tom Sheedy, Dave Wallace, the Oriole pitching coach, is talking about the fact that the ball right on the corner is that the intensity level has to be at its highest. And I don't mean tenseness, but intensity where, boy, you got to let it go. And Michael certainly did it there.
Now the infield can back up. 2 down. Castillo on at third base. Betts 2 singles, and he's grounded out. And the pitch way outside for a ball. Another area in which Betts has been solid. 330 with runners in scoring position this season. He's really struggled against the Orioles, though. Only 146 average this year. Lifetime 187. Pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike count from Givens.
Gary, he's got incredible bat speed. We saw that last year. He had a home run late September. And of course, his last 2 at bats just ground balls, but right back up the middle for base hits.
Betts will take the pitch, call strike.
So
1-2.
This is why they like Michael Givens down in Double-A. He went to a whole nother level. I mean, this is 96.
Chance to get out of the inning after a leadoff double. 2 down. 1-2 delivery. Outside, gets away. Wieters keeps it in front as it went off the shin guard.
Wow, that easily could have been a wild pitch.
The Orioles get a break on this one. Pinball.
Yeah, he just bounces it, and then very lucky. I mean, it hits Matt, it hits the umpire. I mean, look how far out in front of home plate. That's again one of those 58-foot breaking balls, and then the Orioles get a break.
2-2 count. Castillo off third base. Givens' delivery is inside. Betts turned around a little bit, and a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Orioles trying to maintain a 1-run lead here in the top of the 6th inning. Castillo had that leadoff double, moved up on a ground ball. Bradley struck out. 3-2 count. Mookie Betts waiting, and he is gone on the outside corner. Givens, 2 big strikeouts here in the 6th inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. K called. Orioles up. Ball on Masson is brought to you by the Maryland Fire Chiefs and Maryland State Firemen's Associations. Email mdfirevolunteer@gmail.com to volunteer with your local fire, rescue, and EMS. And by your local Mercedes dealership. Here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, some 20,000 on hand last night for the first of the 3-game set. Right back with you tomorrow night, 6:30 O's Extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. Steve Pearce, home run in the game, accounting for 2 that came in the third, and then Manny Machado, the solo shot that has given the Orioles the lead in the game. Embry stays on, and the pitch will be taken for a strike by Wieters. Matt has struck out and has picked up a sacrifice fly. Orioles have had help up and down the lineup offensively in this ball game. Embry giving up the home run to Machado in the 5th inning. So he on the mound working here, or rather Breslow did, and Embry came on to get Jones. So Breslow's the pitcher of record for the Red Sox. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Wieters, Scope, Clevenger due up, and that'll be fouled back by Matt. 1-2 on the Oriole catcher.
Yeah, Embry, one of these guys that works his way, as we mentioned, 5th round draft choice, never has started a game in the minor leagues. So good arm, probably. We've already seen the cutter, the slider. Maybe doesn't have that 3rd pitch to be a starter, but certainly can throw hard enough to be a mainstay in somebody's bullpen. And they are looking to help their bullpen get better.
1-2 delivery on the way, puts that one down the line left field. Castillo is playing way over to the line, gets there easily, and Wieters is retired. Help Maryland Governor Larry Hogan and the Orioles in their fight against pediatric cancer. Save 50% on tickets to tomorrow's game, as well as each game against the Jays upcoming. Go to Orioles.com/charity. Help raise funds for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and Ronald McDonald House Charities. You can go get information on that and find out how you can save on tickets. Orioles.com/charity. Jonathan Scope. He has struck out twice in the ball game. Won't this time. He'll get a base hit. No. Hauled in by Bradley, who made that one look easy.
Yeah, Torey Lovullo, the manager, at least interim manager with John Farrell battling cancer, said they're going to make the plays highlight reel, hard plays look simple. That was one of them. He just routinely went over. Ball's tailing away from him. Never took his eye off it. Great speed, nice reach. That's why he would probably be your ideal right fielder in Fenway if he can hit.
Here is Steve Clevenger. Saw a note on Tony Lovallo I'd never seen before, and I'm going to ask him tomorrow for sure. His dad was the producer of Hee Haw, the TV show. Well, I did not know that. 1-0 count with 2 away. Got to ask him about that. Ground ball towards the middle. Bogaerts has got it, and that will do it. So a 1-2-3 inning here in the 6th, and the Orioles maintaining a 1-run lead. Mike Wright takes the mound against Henry Owens. Coverage on MASN 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Southwest, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
So, as you mentioned, Gary, everybody looking for starting pitching. Owens has pitched very well for him, even though the numbers don't maybe totally indicate it. Mike Wright won his first 2 games. Orioles certainly going to look for him, maybe be in the starting rotation next year. So you get maybe 2-3 more starts each and kind of see how it turns out. Both of these teams, as you mentioned, nobody wants to finish last.
No.
No.
Tampa Bay, Boston, and the Orioles trying to stay out of that last place spot. Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia double single, and he is grounded out. 5-game hit streak for Pedroia. He did not play in the ball game last night. And a strike on that one. Quickly goes to 0-2. Pedroia's had 9 hits in his last 26 at bats, including a home run, 4 RBIs. So a real good return off the DL for their second baseman. Gibbons' delivery will be down the line in right field. Will it stay fair? No.
Hey, you got to assume and again, this is how you play your defense. If you're going to throw the ball down and away at 93 to 96 in that sweep and slider, maybe better shade him a little bit to right. And then, of course, there's the Ortiz enforcer with David scheduled third. Oh, right there.
And got him. So Pedroia caught, and Gibbons picks up the strikeout. That's his third. 3 in a row.
Yeah, Gary, we've seen, I think Joel Peralta is one of the first relievers that when you think you're going to set, doesn't. Saw Machi do it last night. And again, Michael Gibbons has a little bit of it. It really upsets the timing of Dustin Pedroia, and he ends up taking a ball that he very rarely ever takes down the middle of the plate. Threw it well, though, 95. Kind of quick pitched him.
And the pitch taken for a strike by Bogaerts. Bogaerts picked up the RBI, 5th inning. On a base hit, stole a base, and set up what was at the time the 4th and tying run in the ball game. Gibbons' delivery to him there for a strike. Right now, Gibbons wailing on it, and it is 0-2.
Yeah, he's tuning up for going home from Tampa. Orioles will go down to St. Petersburg.
Or he's not giving Red Sox hitters even a chance to set here. 0-2 delivery off the end of the bat. Spinner goes to second. Scope goes to first. 2 down.
Well, I'll tell you what, I remember listening to Jim Cott do a game, and Buck Shoulders going to come out, but he said if you can locate and you have good movement and you have good velocity, you're going to get hitters out, and that is exactly what Michael Gibbons has done tonight.
He'll work an inning and 2/3. No runs, 1 hit, no walks, and 3 strikeouts, and a good hand for Michael Gibbons. Bullpen pitches 3 scoreless innings. Brian Mattis
Comes in the 8th inning with runners at first and seconds. Gets Ortiz out. Also gets Travis Shaw. So again, the matchup. You can see the numbers. They were good ones. A lot of strikeouts. Walks have come down lately. And again, that dominates lefty. And this is pretty much, you know, you need to get an out here in the 7th inning. 3 for 27 is David Ortiz against Brian Madison. It's one of those matchup things. He did not make a great pitch. Those are the numbers we talked about. 13 strikeouts, but he hit it line drive right to Adam Jones, and then Travis Shaw hit a slider hard, but right at Chris Davis. So that was last night.
Brian's had 35 outings in which he's struck out 40 now, going back to June 14, and he's lowered his ERA in that time is 2.25. So if you go back to the middle of June forward, he has put up some pretty impressive numbers, including the strikeout department. Ortiz with an 0-1 count. He has an RBI, sac fly, walked and struck out. Pitch up and in case you didn't shave close enough. 1-1.
Well, you know, David Ortiz, I mean, he's trying to hang in, keep the shoulder in, and then throw a backup slider. That is the pitch that Greg Bird hit for the 3-run home run up in New York. Just a slider with 2 strikes that Brian didn't get where he wanted.
Ortiz hitting only 190 against the Orioles this season. He has had 3 home runs. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery, ground ball to first base. Davis says, I got it. He does, and Brian Mattis takes care of Ortiz. Ortiz looks at him and says, all right, which one of us is going to retire first? I hope it's you. 3 up, 3 down. In the third, zeros across, and the Red Sox go deeper into the bullpen.
Yeah, Noe Ramirez out of Cal State Fullerton, a 4th round draft choice. So he comes in. And you can see not a lot of innings, 9 hits. Has pitched better as of late. Scoreless inning on that Sunday 13-inning game. Pretty good numbers down at AAA Pawtucket, 4-1. And again, 3 saves, so used pretty much as a reliever. First year in A-ball. One of those guys signed as a starter. Actually got 16 starts down at low A in Greenville, South Carolina, his first year. So he comes in, try to keep the game where it is.
He had a scoreless inning with a walk and a strikeout in his last outing. That was against Tampa Bay on Sunday. 3rd stint with the Red Sox this year. He's allowed 8 runs, but 6 of them have been unearned in 3 1/3 innings in his first 2 games for the Red Sox. So the Orioles on top, bottom half of the 7th inning, lead by 1. Hardy, Pierce, and Parra will be due up against Ramirez, the right-hander. The 4th pitcher used by the Red Sox, including their starter Joe Kelly, who came out with the stiffness in the shoulder.
And he's got one of those herky-jerky windups. Watched him a little bit on Sunday. So, and then 6'3", big guy.
Well, in warm-ups, you better not dig in. He couldn't throw a strike warming up. Here's the 1-0 delivery on the way. He gets one there. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Hardy a base hit. Run scored, third inning, and he is flied out. Orioles got 4 runs, 3 earned. 5 hits in the third inning. They sent 8 to the plate. Pierce and Manny Machado have homered. Pierce a 2 RBI homer, and Manny the solo shot that right now is the difference in the ball game. Wieters has a sacrifice fly and a run scored on an error. The unearned run you could claim to be the difference in the ball game. 1 ball, 2-strike count. Hardy reaching, fouls it upstairs.
Yeah, Tommy Lane, who pitched last night, gave up a hit to Chris Davis and then Darren O'Day. So
bring them on.
Yeah, well,
bring them all in. Bring them all in.
Well, you know, O'Day's got a good chance to be in this game.
You don't throw a strike, you're out of the game. 1-2 delivery on the way, and almost caught him inside with it, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Orioles looking to continue their streak. They've beaten Boston here at Camden Yards 6 consecutive ball games. 2-2 delivery on the way, and Hardy will foul it off. That one came inside to him. 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Yeah, so sinker, a little change up right there. Trying to get him to roll over, maybe hit something on the ground. That's the way he was used at AAA Pawtucket.
Texas had a 4-0 lead against Houston. It's now 4-3, and they're only in the 4th inning. They got the bats going in Arlington.
Yeah, McHugh against Martin Perez.
2-2 delivery on the way, and Hardy will foul it off. Just got enough.
There we go. Doug Eddings once again with the toss. He comes flying out of it.
One of the few umpires who can quick pitch the catcher. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Hardy opens it up a little bit on that stance. With that good view of the pitcher, and inside.
Yeah, misses with that changeup.
3-2.
Yeah, I broke in for Cal Ripken Sr., who probably became a manager 28, 29, but he was a former catcher, and he would warm me up. He was kind of we didn't have pitching coaches. We had a minor league pitching coach, George Bamberger, who would come on to be one of the great pitching coaches of all time.
Noah's pitch. Ground ball. Ramirez gets the grounder and the out to Bogarts at short. Hardy retired, 1 away. Bring up Steve Pierce.
Yeah, just kind of turned it around. 1-0 right here, and then all of a sudden it's 2-1. Orioles would add another 2. A little hanging curveball off Joe Kelly. But my point about Cal Sr. was that every ball ended up right chest high, kind of where you put the glove is. And that's all the catchers. I mean, that was just one of the rituals, one of the Ripken way things, you know. So I don't want an umpire. I don't be diving for it. And
pitch will be taken for a strike. Pierce 1 for 2 with that home run in the ball game. 6 home runs. 6 of the 11 he's hit have been hit here at Camden Yards this year. Not much difference in average. 225 home, 220 on the road. That one came in nicely at knee level and down. 0-2 count. Steve will be followed by Parra at the top of the order. Orioles trying to win their 3rd ball game in a row. Set themselves up for a chance at a sweep, but a long way to go in this one. 0-2 pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss as he went away on that one.
Well, you can see Ramirez, fastball's about 89, maybe 90. He's got a changeup at 83, slider at 78, and then he makes a good pitch. 2 strikes, don't want to throw a strike, and he doesn't. Part of your sides, I want to throw strikes, but you also work on when you situational. When I talk about situational hitting, well, there's situational pitching. What do I do when I get the 2 strikes? Can I run one just off the plate or down and away? Maybe up and in.
2 down, nobody on. Parra, base hit. Parra's 1 for 3. Ramirez was a strikeout pitcher in the minors. Coming into this year, he had a 4-to-1 ratio. 213 strikeouts, 52 walks in minor league games. He averaged just under a strikeout per inning in the minors. 1-0 delivery by Ramirez, and that's a check swing, strike called. it was in there anyway. 1-1.
Yeah, I was listening to the Yankee game. David Cone, Tanaka pitched the whale of the game on Sunday against the Jays, but he went through a sequence: manhole cover splitter, razor sharp slider, cheese at the knees. And
That's it.
Paul O'Neill was going crazy. He goes, "What do you have, a glossary over there with?" But again, if you can throw cheese at the knees,
you're in.
And you got that razor
I like
blade
the manhole
slider.
cover.
Yeah, the manhole cutter. Well, this will be a changeup, I guess, if it's a manhole cover changeup. But the point was, Tanaka has a great feel for pitching, and he should for $155 million. But he can pitch, and he can just miss or take a little off and add. But he can live at the knees. And
he's a great spot pitcher.
Yeah, that's why Ramirez could be effective, because he.
2-2 delivery, swing and a miss, buried that one as well. So he gets a couple of strikeouts here, retires the side in order. The last 7 Orioles have been set down, but they've got the lead 5-4. You might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Better chance if you have ice cream. That'll pretty much guarantee you get on the air.
Get your vote.
You have no vote, but you will get recognized. Or if you catch a ball in the outfield, there it is, on a Manny Machado home run. Then, there you go. That's the man that caught it, the young man in the middle there. And there you go. Look. That's it right here. And I caught it with this glove in my other hand. Honest. It's great. There's Travis Shaw.
So matchup game.
Ryan Mattis stays on after getting Ortiz out, and the pitch inside for a ball.
Yeah, made a nice 2-seam fastball. David rolled over.
So for Gibbons, an inning and 2/3, 3 strikeouts, 1 hit.
Yeah, you make up your lineup, and again, if you have a left-handed specialist, and that's what Brian Mattis is, 3 straight lefties in your lineup, easier to match up.
Pitch will be taken down low.
And I suppose I will be accused of helping Torey Lovullo manage, but if you move Castillo up one, and you would separate those, make it a little bit harder if you're so predisposed to matching up. But what do I know?
2-0 delivery on the way. And that one he went after. May have been out of the strike zone low. A little help there. Fouled it off. RBI and a bases loaded walk in the 3rd inning for Shaw, who was hit by a pitch and is struck out. A good one. Nail biting time, 8th inning. A 5-4 lead for the Orioles. 2-ball, 1 strike count with the infield shift on. And that one drilled to the gap. Adam Jones looking up. And goodbye home run. The matchup does not work. Shaw delivers the homer, and the ball game is tied at 5.
Well, he's got 11 home runs now, and 6 of them off of left-handed pitching. They described him, Joey Davis, his hitting instructor, said he looks like Will Clark, and that's quite a compliment. He was talking about it down on the field. Very shy guy out of Kent State, but he gets the pitch to hit, and Adam Jones doesn't even move. That's how hard he hit the ball. So again, if you're pitching, you want to make quality pitches, and if you're hitting, you want to get a good pitch to hit. Mattis doesn't make a quality pitch, and Shaw doesn't miss it.
So the game is tied, and that is the first hit Travis Shaw has ever had against the Orioles in the limited at bats, and it's a home run. So Mattis surrenders the long ball. That'll be the 5th home run in 47 innings worked by Brian Mattis, and a 2-0 count now on Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval, RBI base hit, 5th inning, got thrown out trying to extend the single to a double. Pierce threw him out at second base. 2-0 pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss by Sandoval. 2-1.
Well, as you mentioned last night, Gary, 2 for 41 because Sandoval signed the 5-year deal, well over $90 million to be a switch hitter, and he's only hitting from the left side.
Yep. 2-1 pitch on the way, reached for it, and will foul that one away. Well, there's the man who's tied it up. Shaw doing the same thing. Pierce did. Pierce gave the Orioles a lead. Manny Machado untied it. Shaw ties it back up again. 2-2 pitch on the way. That one to left field. Again right at Pierce. And there's the first out of the 8th inning. Here's our PNC minor league report. So Reading won.
Yeah, Reading wins, and of course Joe Kunkel doesn't pitch very poorly, but again, it's only game 1.
And we will get a pitching change here. Brian Mattis coming out, faces 3 hitters, surrenders the home run to Shaw. O'Day comes on.
Last night, walk, base hit. Mattis came in and saved the day. As the Orioles had a 2-0 lead at the time. Great numbers, glowing numbers, as a matter of fact. Unwalked hardly anybody. 13, 55 and 2/3 innings. More strikeouts. Again, righties, lefties. No numbers, very low. Keeps the ball in the ballpark. And he will face Rusney Castillo.
Castillo will face him for the first time in his career. 1 down, nobody on. O'Day's delivery is there for a strike. Game number 7 for O'Day against Boston. 2 runs, 2 hits, 6 1/3 innings against the Red Sox. 49th time he's appeared against Boston in his career. 0-1. And Castillo takes the pitch way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Arlington, Texas tonight. That big game battle for the division lead. Texas leads Houston 4-3, but it's a offensive field day. Fielders picked up an RBI, 1 for 1. Hank Conger's 2 for 2 with an RBI. Pitching's been horrendous. McHugh's given up 4 runs, 6 hits, 3 innings. Holland's given up 3 runs, 8 hits, 3 innings. Foul tipped into the mitt. In 4 innings, they haven't even completed it. Houston's already 3 for 7, and Texas 3 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, Fielder had the walk-off last night.
Yep.
Dead center field.
So they've got an offensive start to that game.
Oh, it's a good hitting park, and 2 teams that can swing the bat.
1-2 delivery on the way, and got him.
Yeah, they tried to when you can get ahead, and of course Darren O'Day can make the ball dance. He did try to get in on Castillo, did it last night. Of course, Kevin Gausman throwing up to 10 miles per hour harder than Darren O'Day, but movement and location and deception go right down the list when you're talking about Darren O'Day.
Hannigan up 1 for 5 off O'Day. 2 down, nobody on. Run in, home run by Shaw to lead off the inning and tie the ball game up at 5. Straight away on the D against the Red Sox catcher, and it's outside for a ball. Red Sox have had a Bogarts RBI sac fly, Ortiz RBI sac fly. Bases loaded walk by Shaw. The RBI base hit by Sandoval, and the home run by Shaw again.
Now you could see again Hannigan with a broken hand early on, so he missed a lot of games, but when he catches, they're over 500.
1-0 is there for a strike to him.
Like the 2 home runs, one of them was up in Fenway early in the year off of Kevin Gausman.
That's the home run he's had this year against the Orioles.
Yeah.
Hitting .214 against the O's with that 1 homer and 2 RBIs. 1 ball, 1 strike count from O'Day. 21,260 on hand tonight. 21,260. Seeing a good ball game. That'll miss away and low. 2-1. Red Sox have won 7 of their last 10. The Orioles cutting into that last night with a 2-0 shutout win. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and Hannigan fouls it off on a bounce off himself. 2-2.
Yeah, you think you're going to get a pretty good pitch. I mean, it was a ball in the middle of the plate, but had so much movement. Darren O'Day, he's a fly ball pitcher, but he can sink it, he can ride it, he can spin it. A lot of different looks if you're a hitter.
Fans want the strikeout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hannigan takes it and works the count full. 3 ball, 2 strike count.
Now, very nice target by Matt Wieters, really presenting it. Just try to bring the ball back. One of those front hip sliders. Hope the hitter gives up on it.
3-2, 2 down, nobody on. Hannigan trying to keep it alive for Bradley Jr. waiting on deck. Jones has moved in center and over to right. 3-2 delivery, popped up third base. Machado, and Manny puts it away. So 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. Home run by Shaw. Bottom of the 8th coming. Ball game tied. They will hit for the Orioles. By Lexus of Towson.
Yeah, I mean, a rocket to right center field, home run 29. Extra extremely happy. There you go, high fiving the whole grandstand. Why not?
Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 volume Lexus dealer, 5 years running. CY at lexusoftowson.com.
Isn't it amazing what a little cowhide can do?
Yep.
Used to be horsehide when I first started playing, and then they ran out of horses. Easy. I mean, seriously, it used to be horsehide. That's what was a term for baseball. The old horsehide.
The old horsehide.
The old cowhide.
Yeah. Young man will be fully aware in this at bat.
Yeah, baseballs used to be made at Chicopee, Massachusetts by Spalding. And then they went to Rawlings makes them. They made them in Haiti. Now they make them in Costa Rica.
Pitch on the way for a strike.
Minor league ball. Baseballs in China.
They should be made in Cuba. They have better tobacco there.
And cigars. Yes, exactly.
And Machado takes the pitch inside. Manny's home run in the 5th.
There's such a method to your madness. I mean,
no.
Yes, there is.
There's no method whatsoever.
Yes, there is.
There's an end result desired, but there's no method.
There's a method to get to that end result.
1-1 delivery on the way. Discovered maybe the oldest cigar factory in North America in Toronto. 110 years old. Down the back alley where the crew went out to eat on Saturday night, there was a sign said cigars, handmade on a piece of cardboard, and I went and visited. It was absolutely delightful. 1-2 pitch. Family had owned the place 110 years. They get Leaf from Cuba. Had pictures of Castro in his younger days, buying tobacco from him, and they had every conceivable cigar related item you could think of. It was just great. Old wooden building. 2-2 pitch on the way. That ball will be popped up down the line. Not a lot of room here, and foul ball.
Well, the embargo that the United States has had, Canada never did.
No.
Yeah, you could travel and
Orioles batting here in the 8th inning. They have been retired 7 in a row. Orioles' last hit, Manny Machado's home run, came in the 5th inning. Have been shut down since then. 2-2 delivery on the way and on the inside corner.
They got him. Change up. So changing speeds. You might have. You could read lips. He said not a strike. I mean, Hannigan's away, and you can see he reaches across the plate. Oh, got the corner. High home doesn't lie.
That's 3 strikeouts in a row recorded by Ramirez, and for being so good, he'll get to come out of the game. One away here in the 8th inning. Chris Davis, lefty, coming up, and a matchup.
Left-handed specialist. Only 2 hits in the last 25 at bats lefties against Tommy Lane. Of course, it was 1 for 24 before Chris Davis hit a single. Milwaukee came in and Adam Jones hit a double for a run. So he comes in last night. Again, not overpowering. You can see the numbers much better against lefties. But again, makes good pitches, sweeping breaking ball, 90, 91 mile per hour with the fastball, and if you're left-handed, he steps right at you.
Same situation as last night. Came on in the 7th inning, 2 down, nobody on. Davis came up, and as Jim said, Davis got a base hit and then came home. Lane charged of the run, no part of an inning. Here we are, 1 down in the 8th inning, and here's Chris Davis again, nobody on. Chris has had a base hit. He has struck out twice. Goes after it, takes it to left field. Castillo going back, has room, and he's got it. A pitch and an out, and that'll be it for Lane. Nice work, if he can get it.
Torey Lovullo, hand up. Of course, Camden Yards, the kind of ballpark when Davis comes up like Fenway, every time you hit a fly ball, everybody stands up. You're a pitcher, heart starts fluttering, but 1 pitch, 1 out.
You want to get down and pitch tonight?
No.
Oh, you can.
I got enough losses.
You go down there, they'll bring you in.
Slider guy and hard slider. You can see occasional off-speed changeup. So he comes in, scoreless inning in his last start, high ERA, and one of the reasons with what a little under 59 innings or under 60 innings, 59 2/3. Look at the home runs. So it's a little higher than you want.
So Alexei Ogando, his last 2 outings have been yin and yang, as he's had one very good one. 11th inning Sunday against Tampa Bay, a 0-0 game, and he 3 up 3 down. Game before that, a season high 4 runs in an inning against Toronto. He leads this ball club in relief innings pitched at 59 2/3. So Alexei Ogando in a game tied at 5-5 in the 8th inning. Adam Jones up against him as a base hit. Adam 1 for 3 in the ball game. Red Sox will guard the line. Sandoval and Shaw 3rd and 1st, and the pitch taken for a strike.
Yeah, he could still get the ball up 93, 95. That first pitch right on the corner or somewhere close to it, 94 miles per hour. Hard slider to go with it. Missed the last 4 months of last year because of elbow inflammation.
Adam is 0 for 6 against Alexei Ogando. 0-1 delivery on the way to him, and that'll be outside for a ball. So the Orioles trying to get somebody on now as they continue to be retired by this bullpen since the Manny Machado home run that came in the 5th inning. The Orioles have not had a base runner since then. We are 2 down here in the 8th. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Outfield shaded way around to right. There is nobody in left center field. 1-1 pitch on the way, and it'll be fouled back the other way. 1-2.
Kind of see what their approach is. And Ogando, he's not a finesse pitcher. Noah Ramirez is going to change speeds. He pitched before Tommy Lane. Would strike out 3 out of the 4 batters he faced. But Aganda's coming after you. I mean, he's a high intensity guy, hard slider. Hit the outside corner, throw that slider that darts down and away from the right-hander.
1-2. 9 Orioles in a row retired. Jones will foul that one upstairs. So the count will stay a ball and 2 strikes on Adam. A tight ball game between these 2 ball clubs, meeting for the 15th time. Orioles have gone 6-1 against the Red Sox here at Camden Yards this year. 6 wins in a row. 1-2 pitch on the way is outside. Agando bringing the heat at 95, 2-2.
Yeah, both of these teams under 500 in the 1-run games. Orioles at 19-24. Red Sox 17-18.
Britton the closer if the Orioles could get a lead here, or even if they don't.
Yeah, a lot of times you bring in your best pitcher, which happens to be your closer, at home, and let him come in. Hope you get a scoreless ninth, win it in the bottom.
2-2 delivery on the way. Adam battling.
Yeah, so everything away, which works real well when you make those pitches. But if you runs back over the plate, then the game changes, and maybe that's how he has thrown the 12 home runs now in 60 innings.
Adam Jones, 7 pitches at least here in this at bat. 2-ball, 2-strike count.
You can see all those little baseballs right on the outside corner are off it.
Agando, 2-2 delivery. Jones swings and misses. Fastball down and into him, and it was coming with some seed on it. So he comes on and gets the out, and the Orioles retired in order in the 8th inning. We go to the 9th, 5-5. Lon Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by PNC for the achiever in you. Gary Thorne and Jim Palmer and the Orioles and Red Sox take a 5-5 game to the 9th inning. O'Day will stay on for the Orioles. Came on and got the final 2 outs in the 8th inning. Givens an inning and 2/3. 3 strikeouts, a hit. Brian Mattis 2/3 of an inning, a run and a hit. The home run that tied it up to Shaw. Now O'Day pitching. Both starters non-decision. Jimenez 4 runs, 3 earned, 6 hits over 5. Joe Kelly came out, stiffness in the shoulder, on 4 runs on the 2 1/3 innings worked. He had a walk and 3 strikeouts, 5 hits. 1-0 count on Jackie Bradley Jr. batting 9th. He is 0 for 3. Betts and Pedroia due up. Manny Machado even at 3rd with a bag. 1-0 pitch and fouled off.
Well, that's how you get those 22 extra base hits in your last 31 hits. Leaves Earth. So came in at 1 for 19, now 1 for 22. Much more aggressive swing since we saw him last year and then the year before.
Bradley, the 1-1 delivery to him, and he'll pop that one back and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Houston took a 5-4 lead over Texas. Texas, same inning, tied it up 5-5. Pitchers can't get anybody out in that game. 1-2. And the pitch will be taken away. Cardinals trying to maintain their first place position, playing the Brewers tonight. They are 1-1 in the 7th inning. Pittsburgh won the first game of a doubleheader 5-4 and lost the second one. Chicago beat them 2-1. So the Cubs and Pirates, who may meet in that wild card game in the National League, split the doubleheader. And that one by O'Day will miss up, maybe away, and the count's full, 3-2. Three ball, 2 strike count. Leadoff batter, 9th inning. And Bradley whips it, and it is a foul ball. Wound its way around the stands and into the corner.
Yeah. At least a double. Unless you're Darren O'Day, you're going, boy, I need to throw a strike. But there aren't too many lefties that don't like the ball down and in. Especially if it's down and in the middle of the plate. So good fortune there for Darren.
Do it again on the 3-2. 7th pitch of the at bat coming. Full count delivery, up and got him. So Day gets the strikeout. 2 Ks, 3 batters face.
I'll tell you, great indicator here. You don't make a great pitch. He hits a rocket into the corner. It goes foul, and then you elevate the ball, movement, location, and then you get yourself an out.
So 1 away in the top of the 9th inning and the top of the order. Mookie Betts, 2 singles, 2 runs scored. He is 2 for 4 in the ball game. 2 for 7 now in the first 2 games of this series. Betts will take the pitch outside. 0 for 2 in the only at bats he's had against Darren O'Day. Sweeping pitch will miss outside to him. 2-0. Pedroia on deck. Orioles trying to keep it where it is. They'll have Wieters, Scope, Clevenger due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. O'Day trying to keep it 5-5. Alexia Gondo working out of the bullpen for the Red Sox watching. And 3-0 from O'Day. Orioles had Zach Britton up ready to go in the bullpen.
Just don't know if he'll be swinging 3-0. Still got to make a good pitch.
3-0 delivery is there. Robbie Ross,
who's become their closer as of late.
Red Sox have used 6 pitchers so far. The Orioles 4. Three-1 count on Betts. And that one's in there for a strike as well. Back to 87. Full count. A good comeback by O'Day after falling behind 3-0.
Yeah, the thing about Mookie Betts, he's got speed, but he does have 15 home runs. And in this ballpark, everybody with a quick bat's a home run hitter.
3-2 delivery, and that ball put up in the air, center field. Jones going back. Warning track with room, and makes the catch.
That's what we're talking about. The ability just got it away enough where he couldn't quite get to it. You walk into a ballpark, your pitcher, where do you want him to hit it? Center field. A little more room out there. And then your center fielder, 4-time Gold Glover, runs it down.
400 feet away on that fly ball out. And O'Day goes, yep. And there are 2 down here in the 9th inning. Adam Jones, he plays shallow. That's why he can get back on him. 2 away, nobody on. And Pedroia. Pedroia's had a double single. 2 for 4 in the ball game. .298 career hitter in this ballpark coming in, so he's moved up to that 300 mark here at Camden Yards with 4 career home runs here. And Pedroia goes to the hole, scope diving, can't get it. Pedroia's got a 3-hit ball game, a 2-out single here in the 9th inning.
Yeah, he can stay inside the ball about as well as anybody. And now look at tonight's game, he already doubled by doing the same thing, but hit a fly ball to right center.
So Bogaerts will get a shot at it here in the 9th inning against O'Day. With 2 down, tie game. Red Sox have their 9th hit of the ball game.
And on a normal year, you might think that Pedroia might try to steal, but with a hamstring, missing 42 games. Nope. And then Zach Britton has gotten back up in the Oriole bullpen with Ortiz on deck.
Bogaerts 1 for 9 off O'Day. Will take the pitch for a strike. Second time up for the Oriole closer. Oh, 1 count, 2 down. Pedroia off first. Bogaerts swings at a pitch way outside. Strike 2.
Yeah, the illusion, especially when you have the side armor, that slider's going to be over the plate, and it just keeps moving away if you're a right-handed hitter. And then the good slider, you don't really pick up the spin. You can't tell whether it's going to be something like a fastball, sinker, or a rider.
0-2 count on Bogaerts. And chases another one. O'Day gets him to go even further. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. 1 left on base. The Orioles need 1 to win it.
.55 game at Camden Yards. The Boston bullpen, Rick, has been fantastic, but the Orioles can walk it off with a run.
Well, they can. They've knocked out Joe Kelly, who won 8 straight games in a row. In that 3rd inning, they put up 4 runs. Home runs by Pierce and Machado's 29th of the season. Have them in that tie at 5-5. Like Jim said, let's walk it off.
All right, let's see how it turns out. We'll head back upstairs now, rejoin Gary and Jim.
All right, Jim and Rick standing by along with a young fan who caught that Manny Machado ball, has been dancing it up ever since, and having a great time at the ballpark right there. Well, let's see if the Orioles can get it done. And somebody spring to the front of the line here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Matt Wieters will be leading it off. Alexi Ogando came on to get a strikeout against Adam Jones in the 8th inning. Will stay on. Wieters sac fly RBI. Officially, he is 0 for 2 at the plate. Matt's gone 2 for 5 against Ogando. Orioles have left only 2 on base all the way back to the 3rd inning. Last time they had somebody left on. Pitch will be taken for a strike. They haven't had anybody on since the home run by Manny Machado in the 5th inning.
Yeah, and this is a very often maligned Red Sox bullpen.
Ten in a row have been retired by the Red Sox bullpen. 0-1 delivery to Wieters. Ground ball to the hole. Throw. Bogaerts. Oh! Close play at first base. Bogaerts with a great throw. Matt Wieters going down the line. Called out. Adrian Johnson. And he was.
Yeah, he was.
Wow, what a play by Bogaerts.
It's almost like Matt looked to where they were playing and then tried to poke it into left field. And here's Bogaerts. Terrific play. I mean, the amazing thing to me, because I was a pitcher, was that you can't really practice that. Going hard to your right and then flinging it back. Now, it helped that Matt doesn't run well. But at the end of the day, you still have to make an accurate throw, and it was right on the money.
That's a strong arm shown by Bogaerts. Jonathan Schoop has struck out twice and flied out. 1 down, nobody on, bottom of the 9th inning. And we'll take the pitch. Did he go? Nope.
Yeah, see, the key here, if Jonathan Schoop hits 2 home runs on Sunday, is to hit a home run, but try not to do it. If you know what I mean. Just try to make a good swing. Don't think home run, think gap. Double, and maybe it'll get out of here, or maybe it'll be a double.
They've been working him away all night. Slider, breaking balls. That'll be down low. 2-0 count. Schoop to be followed by Clevenger.
Well, if you can look at Hannigan. I mean, he presents the target, and I said this earlier, about as well as anybody. Everybody's afraid of, oh, well, if you move too early, they'll see it. Well, here's the glove. Hit it.
That's going to go to short. Oh, not again. Bogaerts, the throw, and can't be handled. Dropped at first base by Travis Shaw as Bogaerts made a second sensational stop. And had that been caught, would have been an out.
Yeah, need a little help here. Last throw perfectly accurate, so that ball hit hard. He catches it, then from his knees, a little short hop. And boy, that ball takes a kind of a right turn. And as you can see, if Shaw does catch it, Schoop is not going to beat it out. Got to be a base hit, I would imagine. I can't, the degree of difficulty, certainly not a normal play.
Single for Schoop. Clevenger. Schoop representing the potential winning run. There's one away. Ogando's pitch. Clevenger goes the other way, left field, right at Castillo. He's got it. Runner halfway will go back, 2 away in the bottom of the 9th. Castillo has played deep, and it's worked tonight. A lot of balls out there have been hit deep that he's been in position to catch, hardly moving.
Yeah, well, Betts in center field. He's almost in Baltimore County. He's taking away the double.
So J.J. Hardy a 1 for 8 off Ogando. Base hit, run scored, 1 for 3 in the game. Jonathan Schoop being held by Shaw at first. Orioles have been out hit 9-7. Red Sox have left 7 on. The Orioles 2. hit by Scope breaks up the streak of 11 in a row retired. Hardy pitched down 1-0. Hardy trying to finish it off right here, playing no gap D in the outfield. Deep. They don't want to get a ball between them. Keep everything in front of them on a base hit if they can, so they can prevent Jonathan Scope from scoring. Scope gets the advantage of being able to take off here on any contact made with 2 down. Ogando's delivery. Hardy a little roller. Ogando will field it, make the flip over to first base, and that will do it. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. Free baseball, folks. Free baseball. It's tied. We go to the 10th. Five and 5, including a win against the Red Sox back in April, a 5-4 10-inning win. Brian Mattis beat Koji Uehara in that ball game. While the Red Sox 6-6 in extra innings. Zach Britton on the pitch.
The Orioles do bring their closer in. Boy, has he been magnificent this year, as he was last year. A lot of fastballs. Came in last night, 1-2-3 ninth inning with a 2-0 lead. Only the 3 blown saves. And then again, lefties with Ortiz, a left-hander coming up, 115, and then righties a little bit better. And throws a lot of strikes, keeps the ball in the ballpark.
Ortiz, sac fly RBI, officially 0 for 2. He's also walked in the game. Ortiz against Zach has gone 5 for 15 with the home run. 0-1 count as we go to the 10th inning. Orioles are 19-24 in 1-run games. Red Sox 17-18. 0-1 delivery on the way, and that pitch is there for a strike, and the count goes to 0-2 on Ortiz.
Yeah, a lot of the numbers with Zach Britton. He was a starter. In fact, won 11 games for the Orioles starting, and then the arm problems, and then had to be on the club last year. Out of waivers or out of options, so to speak. And
0-2, got him to go after it, and that's 1 out.
Yeah, you think it's going to be a strike, and then the ball just dives out of the strike zone. What's this ball say? Goes straight down at 96.
Shaw, then Sandoval will be due up for the Red Sox here in the 10th inning. Zach pitching in his 8th game against the Red Sox. He has 6 saves this year. 2 runs, 5 hits in 7 2/3 innings against Boston. And that will be fouled off by Shaw. Shaw is the reason we are in the 10th in the 8th inning, delivering his 11th home run. That would tie the ball game up. 0-1 count.
Yeah, and he's hit those 11 home runs now in 46 games. So those real good power numbers.
And the breaking ball ties him up. Little jelly leg on that one, and an 0-2 count. Archie back up in the bullpen.
Yeah, Shaw got to the Red Sox right at 1st of August. Bradley Jr. came up. That's when they really kicked in the offense. Both of them red hot.
Fouls it off the end of the bat. Britton 6 out of 7 in save opportunities. This, of course, not one of those. Potential win situation for Zach. 10th inning tie game. 0-2, 1 out. Shift on. Infield. The outfield pretty much straight away. And that will miss outside. So 1 ball, 2 strike count. Final game of this series tomorrow. 6:30 O's Extra. 7 o'clock for the ball game. Will it be a chance for an Orioles sweep or a rubber match in the 3-game set? 1-2 delivery by Britton. Shaw foul tips into the mid, held on.
Yeah, unbelievable movement. Bottom drops out of this one too. Ortiz could have told him that. So 96. Can't even make contact. I mean, hung in there until 2 strikes, but then devastating sinker.
2 quick outs here in the 10th on K's. Pablo Sandoval, base hit RBI, 1 for 4, couple of hits, 8 at bats in the first 2 games. Sandoval.
Yeah, he struck out against Zach last night in the 9th inning on a slider.
He is 0 for 3 now against Britton. 0-1 count on Sandoval. 10 home runs on the year. Ball bounces. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Pablo Sandoval, home run here at Camden Yards. Hasn't played many games here. Had not played here before. Joining the Red Sox and getting some games in. 1-1 count. Britton's delivery to him. That's right there.
Yeah. For Doug Eddings, he kind of waffled a little bit, but eventually the right arm.
I think that pitch was such a good strike, nobody could believe it. Actually stayed up. 1-2 delivery on the way. Sandoval down low.
Yeah, all 10 home runs against right-handed pitching, at least for the moment, and then came in at 199. And again, a switch hitter now hitting pretty much exclusively left-handed.
2-2 delivery on the way. Sandoval will chop it foul. That bat will stay alive. 7 have been left on by the Red Sox and 3 by the Orioles. They've had the better chances. Boston 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The Orioles have had only 2 such at bats, 1 for 2. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Sandoval goes the other way, and he's got a base hit. So he hung with him, and on a 2-2 found a pitch he could take to left field. So he's had a 2-hit ball game. Comes to 2 down here in the 10th inning. He's looking to see who's going to run for him. He knew that was going to happen. So he'll come out of the ball game. Sandoval representing the potential go-ahead run. Navarro will come on to run at first base. Put some speed out there.
Yeah, he plays third base, shortstop, but he plays third when Sandoval hasn't been playing. So, and of course, you're hoping that Castillo does what, if you're the Red Sox, what he did early on, hit a double. And the Orioles move back a little bit in their outfield.
Castillo 1 for 4. Britton gets into the kitchen and a 1-0 count. Rusney Castillo now 283 on the year. Real good speed. Lead at first base, a good one. Navarro with Davis holding the bag. Brian Mattis looking right at him. And that 2 will be inside, and the count goes to 2-0.
Now, sometimes when Zach Britton struggles a little bit, he said his point is, because of the great movement and sink, is really throw it at the right-handed hitter's front hip. Kind of keeps him more on line. So he faces 3 left-handed hitters to start this inning, Now a little bit different look with the right-hander Castillo at the plate.
2-0 count. Dangerous pitch here. Navarro trying to draw his attention over there. Swing and a miss. Challenged him on one at 96, 2-1. Chaz Rowe just starting to throw in the Orioles bullpen. Marrero the lead at first.
Yeah, pretty big lead too.
2-1 delivery on the way. That one he buries down and in, and a 2-2 count. So Britton trying to end the inning right here. Could strike out the side after getting Ortiz and Shaw with K's. Long hold, runner goes, got him picked off. Davis will chase him and tag him. No, didn't. Yeah, he's out. First base umpire made the call. Adrian Johnson said he got him. So that'll do it, as there's no runs on one hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Orioles will try and win it, bottom of the 10th. Texas holding those positions. Minnesota a game out. Now these are updated with Cleveland having lost tonight. Tampa Bay beat the Yankees. So Minnesota's a game out. Angels 4, Cleveland 5, and the Orioles 6 for that second wild card spot.
And Gene Machi, we saw him last night. He comes in. So he's been actually pitching pretty well. Retired 14 of the last 16. Fastball, a little bit of a slider, and then the splitter. Loves it. Jonathan Scopa says, what did he throw me last night? I didn't hit it. Went straight down. So high ERA because he struggled early. Came over from the Giants, where pitched in over 180 games for him. 11-2. So he won a lot of games in the National League, and he used him as a closer. Koji Uehara with the fractured wrist with the Red Sox here. Lives in Baltimore, so, but not going to pitch again this year. There's Marrero, comes in and plays third base, defensive specialist.
So Sandoval out after being pinch run for, and we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. 5-5. Steve Pearce, home run in the ball game back in the third inning, his 11th of the year, 1 for 3. Machi replaces. Ugondo worked an inning and a third. 1 hit, 1 strikeout. Bullpens have done a good job. Breslow came on for Joe Kelly, the starter, charged with the 1 run in the 2 1/3 innings he worked. That was the home run by Manny Machado that gave the Orioles the lead. And Brian Mattis charged with 1 run, a home run. Shaw that tied it up. First out is recorded by Bogarts. Pierce is retired, 1 away. Otherwise, the Pens have gotten it done. Gibbons an inning and 2/3. Brian Mattis the run. O'Day worked an inning and 2/3. Britton on. Gave up a hit but got the out. Brad Brock getting ready to go. Britton will not work more than the. Wouldn't think he's going to work more than the inning he worked here. Giving up the 1 hit, but also getting the caught stealing pickoff, if you will.
Yeah, that was a pretty timely throw.
Here is Parra. They'll play in at third. He'll drive the ball to left field again. Castillo, how many has he caught right there on line drives tonight? 2 down. Here's Manny Machado. He's already had 1 home run. Has he got another like this one? August 14, that one out of the ballpark. That one made the Orioles a winner. He picked up number 29 in the 5th inning. He has scored 2 runs in the game. Walk, fielder's choice, strikeout, and a homer.
Yeah, that home run was just on a fastball to that young man, right center field. Greg Breslow got up out over the plate.
Manny down to third. Marrero makes the play, and a 1-2-3 inning by Machi. We go to the 11th inning with the ball game tied at 5-5.
Yeah, so Brad Brock, as we've seen with a number of these pitchers, back-to-back nights, inning last evening with a strikeout. Done a great job, as he did last year. Well, he went 7-1 last year for the Orioles, 5-2 this year. Low ERA, a lot of strikeouts, walks a little bit high. But again, great stuff. 3+ pitches, fastball, slider, and good power changeup. Another one of those guys that gets the ball in the air.
Castillo will come back and start a new at bat. He was at the plate when the pickoff was made by Britton, who works an inning, gets a couple of strikeouts. Brad Brock, this will be game number 6 against the Red Sox. A run on 5 hits and 5 1/3 this season against Boston. Castillo, Hannigan, and then Bradley due up. Castillo the double, 1 for 4. Takes that one down the right field line foul. Atlanta won their ball game tonight as they beat Toronto. So both Toronto and the Yankees lost, so no change in the American League East. Yankees remain 3 games behind.
Yeah, Julio Teheran out-dueled Mark Burley 3-2.
Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and that'll be in there for a strike. Cardinals and Milwaukee are in the 9th inning, and they are tied in Milwaukee at 1-1. Chicago splitting the doubleheader with Pittsburgh today. Pitch taken inside. So the Pirates remain right now 2.5 games behind the Cardinals for the division lead. 1-2. Brock's delivery. Now Steele will take the pitch away. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Trying to get that leadoff man on both ball clubs in these extra inning affairs so you can manufacture that 1 run. Try and get that lead. 2-2 delivery, and that one's going to go towards Jones. Adam over.
Yeah, hits it well, but it hangs. And when you have a fleet outfield, that's when they run them down.
Outfield's been busy, both outfields in this ball game, chasing down fly balls. 1 away in the 11th inning. Hannigan coming up. Hannigan's 0 for 4, 3 ground balls and 1 pop-up in the game. Hannigan is 3 for 4 off Brad Brock. Takes the pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Jonathan Arrow up.
You wonder if maybe those numbers are partly when National League numbers. Takes that
That's right there at the knees. 94 on that pitch, and Brad Brock goes ahead 0-2.
It's almost like Brad saying, well, I might have to pitch multiple innings, so I'm going to really go get him. And he's capable of doing that.
Delivery on the way. It'll miss by just a little bit.
Yeah, Darren O'Day was talking the other day. He said the only 2 pitchers in the Oriole bullpen that haven't been starters are Darren and Brad Brock.
So a lot of room to extend out there. One-two delivery by Brock, and he got him. Came back inside.
Yeah, Brad Brock actually does have starter stuff in the sense fastball, slider, and then this pitch. I mean, a power changeup. It almost acts like a splitter. Bottom drops, and Ryan Hannigan swings right over it. Perfect pitch with 2 strikes.
2 down here in the 11th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up with Hannigan out of there. Bradley 0 for 2 off Brock. Soft ground ball, second base. Scope. Davis. 1, 2, 3. Bottom half of the 11th. Davis, Jones, Wieters due up for the Orioles. 5-5 game. Eleventh inning, deeper to the bullpen.
So a row comes on, fastball, slider, and changeup. out of the Dominican Republic. Actually made his major league debut against the Orioles. So he's been up 4 times. And that was back on what? I guess 6/25, so the 25th of June, and gave up 4 hits in an inning and a third, innings, 1 run, which is what the Orioles need here.
Chris Davis coming up. He has had 2 walk-off home runs this season. August 15, got a hold of that one and made the A's pay. Came home with a walk-off winner and then put this one up against Tampa Bay on September 2nd. Another winner. The Orioles ask him to do it again. Chris has had a base hit. 1 for 4 in the ballgame. Rose delivery will be a swinging strike up high. Chris has now reached base in 19 straight games. Season best of 19 has been reached again. He did it in the month of August once. Oriole leaders this year in that regard are Machado and Paredes. Both have reached base 20 consecutive ball games. So now Chris 1 shy of that. There's Manny. Manny tonight with the big home run in the 5th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Davis, Jones, and Wieters as needed. 1-1. Rose pitch grounded to first. Backhanded nicely. Flip made by Shaw and 1 away. 1 down, bottom of the 11th. The Orioles went through a stretch where they had 10 in a row retired from the 5th inning through the 8th. Leadoff man Wieters retired in the 9th, made it 11 in a row before Scope got a base hit. And now the Orioles have not had a hit since then. That'll bring Adam Jones up to the plate. He has singled 1 for 4. Adam will be looking for the long ball. Shattered bat, foul.
Yeah, a little 94 up and in. I'll get your.
Not going to hit with that.
No. Really hit it up. We used to always talk about in the old days, you hit it up on the label. That was between the label and the hands.
Adams had a big homestand. He's had 9 RBIs over the last 4+ games. 22 multi RBI games on the year.
Saw that note today, and of course he didn't do it tonight, but 11 of his 27 home runs in the 1st inning.
0-1 delivery on the way, and we'll foul it off the end of the bat.
So Rowe has yet to throw a breaking ball. Hasn't had to. 93, 94.
And an 0-2 count. The Rows come all the way up from Double-A Portland, Maine through Pawtucket and to the majors. 3-3 record. A couple of saves. Jones waiting, the 0-2 delivery, and that's way up high. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
He has one of those Jonathan Papelbon windups. Just kind of lays the hand on the right hip. Papelbon's hand's a little bit higher, but the glove kind of rests. Really relaxed position.
8th pitcher used by Boston tonight. 1-2 delivery. Jones chases one up. 2 down.
Yeah, when you get it up there, 93, 94, and Adam, as we know, always tells me I would have slapped your stuff around if I got a strike to hit. Well, here's 2 balls out of the zone. 1 broke his bat, and then again when you get ahead, I don't care who you are, usually swing at pitches that are sometimes not strikes. There was a classic example.
Matt Wieters, sac fly and an 0 for 3. Wieters will take the pitch up high for a ball. the Red Sox can continue it, they would have the top of the order up in the 12th inning. One-0 delivery on the way. 2-0 count.
Well, you know Matt, and the one thing about Matt is he's a very smart hitter. You know, obviously it's tough to come back. I don't care who you are. We've seen a lot of hitters struggle when they do it, but he missed all of last year because of the Tommy John. But again, out over the plate, and he'll look fastball. Rowe has thrown nothing but that. He's got home run power the other way, but he doesn't throw a strike.
Count goes to 3-0 on Matt with Jonathan Schoop waiting on deck. There's Jonathan. See if he wants to go after Wieters or just plants the ball 4 somewhere. 3-0 delivery on the way. He did come in. 93 on that one. 3-1.
Yeah, looking to hit and gets a pitch to hit. A little bit up in the zone. Doesn't catch up.
Three ball, 1 strike delivery to Wieters, and he did walk him. That's only the second walk the Orioles have had in the game. The other one was in the 1st inning. Manny Machado got it.
Yeah, you got 3 catchers, so if they're going to pinch run and you don't have really any speed, they got 17 position players, and not one guy that's really, I mean, you know, what I'd say a burner, a base stealer. So if you're going to pinch run, they will wait, I would imagine, until he gets to second base.
You don't really have a pitcher. It used to be pitchers would fill that role.
Right here.
You did.
I was a Gazelle.
Yeah, you were. Still are. Here's Jonathan Schoop.
Wow.
And a big cut foul tip into the mid of Hannigan.
Well, it looks like Jonathan Rowe is just going to try to power his way through the lineup. He's yet to throw anything with a wrinkle to it. He's got a lot of laid life on, I mean, not only velocity, that gets hit, but does the ball move and can you make good pitches?
Fouled away. Well, he was a strikeout an inning guy in the minors this year, combined AA, AAA. He had 72 strikeouts in 74 innings.
And that ball probably, what, about 3-4 inches off the outside corner. There's a ball that Jonathan Schoop turns into a strike.
0-2, 2 down, 5-5 ball game, bottom of the 11th. Wieters on at first base. Set up away. Schoop will pop it up. First base. Shaw's got it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. Top of the order as we go to the 12th for the Red Sox. Tonight, Brian Mattis, the only one scored on.
Well, outstanding bullpen for the Orioles, and you know, again, yesterday 3 scoreless innings in a 2-0 game, and under 4 runs. The Orioles are only 11-54, so the bullpen great last night, great tonight. You know, Mattis gives up the home run. Givens leadoff double back in the 6th, and then gets a couple of strikeouts to get out of that inning. And then again, Joe Kelly had tried to win his 9th in a row. He left with arm fatigue. Orioles at one time in this game had a 4-1 lead with Baldo Jimenez. Red Sox got to him for 4, and then here we are in the 12th.
And the top of the order, Mookie Betts leading it off, already 2 singles. He's had a 2-for-5 ball game, 2 runs scored. Red Sox, their runs have come Bogart sac fly. Same thing for David Ortiz. Bases loaded walk picked up by Shaw in the ball game. Home run in the 8th inning by Shaw that tied the ball game up and sent it here. Orioles have an unearned run on the board. There's McFarland warming up. They got 1 unearned run in the 3rd inning. 4 runs, 3 earned in that inning. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that's a strike Mookie Betts taking.
Yeah, Doug Eddings, early on there were some close pitches that weren't called, and the strike zone has gotten more to what you talked about. He usually favors the pitcher.
1-2 delivery on the way, and a check swing on a pitch that's going to miss.
Of course, we've had a lot of relievers that have made a lot of good pitches.
Yep. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Betts 0 for 1 against Brock. Fouls it off into the mitt, held on to.
Well, you know, you got 3 pitches, and if you're Mookie Betts, you got to really, when you get to 2 strikes, look for all of them. And this is a zoom ball. 93, good location, just above the knees with very good late life. One thing about Brad Brock, he's kind of herky-jerky. He's a tall guy, and if you're right-handed, he's kind of stepping at you, almost like he cross-fires.
Dustin Pedroia's had a 3-hit ball game already. Double, 2 singles, a run scored. Denied a hit on a great play by Manny Machado his first time up. And Pedroia 1 for 4 off Brock. Brock retired the side in order in the 11th inning. A 1 delivery on the way, down to 3rd and foul.
Yeah, I think Dustin's on a mission. Came in at 289, so that average, what is it, 291 now? Lifetime 299 hitter on a mission to get to 300 this year.
I just certainly got the bat going.
I just call him a pest, because that's exactly what he's a dangerous pest, though.
Mm-hmm. And hot at the plate. And not this time. Brock gets another K. That's 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Sox, a long time ago, we were talking about, I mean, this team that since August 1st has averaged 6 runs a game, so you got to make your pitches. If you don't, they're a very dangerous hitting team, and right there, perfect changeup. So that is a fastball to get Betts out, who's been red hot. Pedroia's red hot. Power changeup. Dives underneath the strike zone, and you got another guy that came in hitting 373 in September. Bogarts.
Xander Bogaerts with 2 down. The Red Sox have now struck out 15 times in this ball game. The Orioles have struck out 11.
Well, they got him 19 strikeouts at Tampa Bay of the Red Sox, even though they won on 13 innings on Sunday.
1-0 count with 2 down. Bogaerts lashes it into left field. Hustling Pierce to hold him to a single. Bogaerts is going to try for 2. Here's the throw, and it'll be off the mark. And Bogaerts gets his 2nd hit of the ball game, a 2-out double here in the 12th.
And now 3 for 6 with a home run off of Brad Brock. So some guys, they just see you a little bit better. Some guys, it's a little changeup that stays up in the middle of the plate. Now, who do you want to pitch to?
David Ortiz 1 for 2 off Brad Brock. And behind him is Shaw, who has not faced Brock, but in this ball game has delivered a home run in the 8th inning, his 11th. So the intentional pass will be surrendered to Ortiz. Putting runners on at first and second base with 2 down and bringing Shaw to the plate.
Yeah, left-handers actually a lower average against Brad Brock. Not a whole lot of difference. 226 by the righties, but 6 of the 7 home runs, and then lefties 178 with 1 home run.
David Ortiz takes over the lead in the American League in intentional walks. That is the 16th. He and Cabrera started at 15 apiece coming in, then Trout and Fielder behind them. So first and second, Shaw up. He drew a bases loaded walk in the 3rd inning. Hit by a pitch his first time up. Has struck out twice and in the middle hit a home run. That came in the 8th inning. That tied the ball game up 5-5, which is where we are right now.
And came in at 302, about 50 points higher against left-handers with more home runs.
He will take the pitch from Brock for a strike.
So Chili Davis thought he was like Will the Clark, and of course Will Clark's nickname was Will the Thrill. And if Shaw gets a hit, that will be thrilling to any Red Sox fan.
0-1 delivery to him will be inside. Good stop made by Wieters. 2 catchers have gone the distance in this ball game. Rowe and McFarland up. 12 of the last 19 hits he's had have been for extra base hits, including the home run tonight. 1-1 delivery to him. We'll foul that one away.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting. Talking to him down on the field. I had never met him out of Kent State, and he said when you come to the big leagues, there's more data, there's more video, lights are better. A lot of hitters have talked about that, and he said the other thing is David Ortiz has really been helpful. A guy that also a left-handed hitter with 500 home runs. Showing the ropes.
1-2 delivery, and Wieters framed it close. Doesn't get the call on it. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, a little extra at 95 and just off the corner.
Bogart's the lead runner. Good speed out there at second base. 2-2 delivery on the way, and a ground ball to second. Scope's got it. Strategy works. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 are left on base. The Orioles will try and win it in the bottom of the 12th. Clevenger, Hardy, and Pierce. This much free baseball.
Yeah, we don't need to be that free with it, do we?
It's a 5-5 ball game. Moreau stays on to do the pitching, and the Orioles, Steve Clevenger, will stand in against him.
You got to win it here because we know the Red Sox, after winning in 13 on Sunday, they practiced this recently down in Tampa.
Don't want to go that far then.
No, has to be now.
All right. 5-7-0 for the Orioles, 5-11-1 for the Red Sox. It is in there for a strike. Clevenger is an 0 for 4 in the ball game.
There's your first off-speed pitch, changeup. Moreau just powered his way through the last inning. And then goes right back to it. Yeah. Well, good movement. Looks like he's got the windup that's pretty simple. The ability They have him listed at 6 feet 235-ish. A bit more like Bartolo Colon type of body frame. Well, I mean, in a sense, we're, you know,
I didn't say
not 6'3" or 5.
0-2 delivery in the air, right field. It is way back at the wall and caught. Jackie Bradley Jr. in the warning track hauls it in.
Yeah, very hard to get it over his head unless you hit it out of here or off the wall. Pretty good swing, just dropped the bat head on it, and he made it look routine.
He, like the Orioles, play that right field towards the gap. Otherwise, he doesn't catch that.
Yeah, look how easily he gets to it, though. You know, you think you hit it pretty well, and I think Steve Clevenger with a grand slam on a breaking ball, he made a pretty good swing on that.
Big cut, trying to win it. J.J. Hardy, base hit, 1 for 4 for the Orioles shortstop in the ball game. So Rowe gets a little help from the D on the haul in on the long fly ball. 1 down, 12th inning. 0-1 delivery to him is up high. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles, Manny Machado a home run. Steve Pearce a 2-run homer. Sac fly by Matt Wieters. Orioles have not scored since the 5th inning on the Machado home run. 1-1 delivery on the way. Hardy will pop it back. And a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Steve Pearce waiting on deck. Tough matchup here in this middle game of 3. One-two delivery. Hardy reaching, pops it up right field. This one much easier as Bradley puts it away. 2 down. Steve Pearce, first time up, 3rd inning. Got his 11th home run, bringing home Hardy, who had singled ahead of him. Since then, popped out, struck out, and grounded out. So Arrow with 2 down, nobody on here in the 12th. Major pop-up. Hannigan. And that's that. We have completed 12. The score remains at 5-5. We go to the 13th. Yards, fans hanging in. It's a good ball game, 5-5. Neither team able to get anything on the board of late against these bullpens. And new pitcher.
Well, Chaz Rowe comes in, Kansas City, couple of innings, couple of hits. The bursitis of the shoulder. Really a surprise for the Orioles early on. Great slider, running, moving fastball. And not what a power guy, but 292 to 94, good, a little bit above the major league fastball. Lefties hitting him, as you could see, a lot better. Ground ball pitcher.
So Chaz Rowe goes to work in the top of the 13th inning. Brad Brock, a solid 2 innings. Gave up 1 hit. He had 3 strikeouts, 1 intentional pass to Ortiz, and then got the next out to end that last inning. And the pitch is in there on a breaking ball. Marrero getting his first at bat. He came on to run for Sandoval, stayed in to play at third base. So he leads it off here in the 13th inning. And the pitch is there for a strike. Playing in just his 11th game. He's only had 14 at bats, 4 for 14. 2-strike delivery to it. Wow. And a little bit outside.
Yeah, great idea there. Trying to dot that outside corner.
Been up with the ball club before. Devin Marrero, AAA Pawtucket most of the year. Came up the end of June the first time. Ground ball off the end of the bat, off the glove. Marrero trying to beat it out. Scoped, no play.
Yeah.
An infield hit.
You really have to know where your infielders play. When you make and that's a quality slider. Ball's not hit hard. You got to look around. You have to have a sense for it. If you go try to catch balls that you can't quite catch, this is exactly what happens. I mean, that's a routine ground ball. And scopes up the middle, and now he has to go to his left, and by that time, Marrero beats it out. The Red Sox get what they want, leadoff runner here in the 13th.
Rusney Castillo. He'll be followed by Hannigan, 8-hitter, Bradley the 9th. See how Torey Lovallo, manager, wants to play this. Does not show bunt, takes the pitch away for a ball. Castillo's had a double in 5 at bats in the game, couple of strikeouts. Checking with Brian Butterfield down at third. Manny Machado had played in, backs up a bit.
Yeah, you don't even know if Castillo can bunt.
And the pitch is taken down low again.
Now he got the game winner in that 13-inning game on Sunday. They loaded him up, and then they would bring in Nick Bellotti, young right-hander for the Rays, and he would hit a rocket for 2 runs into left field.
He has 1 sacrifice bunt this year with the Red Sox. 2-0 count. Navarro off first base. Castillo not bunting, swings over the top, and a 2-1 count.
Yeah, before the shoulder bursitis, which would lead to the stint on the disabled list, that's what Chaz Rowe could do so well. A lot of movement in the strike zone, hard slider. Brian Butterfield over at third for the Red Sox, flashing the signs.
2-1 count.
Wow,
late,
real late.
And so was the swing. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Seventh pitcher for the Orioles. Navarro the lead at first. Pretty good lead. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Castillo, runner not going, takes the pitch away. So the count is full, 3-2.
Well, it's always a good running situation. Marrero got a couple early on, over 20 steals. Last year, 16 of them. So you got to throw a strike.
3-2.
No, doesn't go.
Castillo will pop that one up to right. Parra. 1 away. Runner back to first base. That'll bring Hannigan up. Hannigan's caught the ball game, gone 0 for 5 in the game. Number 8 and 9 in the order. Bradley also has got an 0 for 5 in the ball game. Orioles have not played beyond the 13th this year. August 14 against Oakland, an 8-6 win. 13th against Milwaukee. on May 23, or Miami rather, a 1-0 loss, 13 innings. We were in the 13th year. One down.
Yeah, it's amazing when you get into some years, some numbers. What, Tampa Bay's lost 11 straight extra inning games. Orioles in 2012 won 16 straight extra inning games. 17 innings up in Boston, 18 innings in Seattle.
Pitch on the way, and that one's going to miss outside. So Hannigan watching one down and away, and a 1-0 count on him. One home run, couple of RBIs for Hannigan against the Orioles this season. Varro over there at first base, each pitch looking over to see whether or not the bench wants him going. Marrero runs, and it's foul back.
Yeah, a little run and hit. Start the runner. Hannigan, I guess if you're Torey Lovullo, you're going, okay, 0 for 5. Make him put the ball in play like playing Pepper. Maybe find an open hole, get the runner to third.
Long night for both of these catchers. They're right next to each other right now. Hannigan at the plate, Matt Wieters behind it. Here's the 1-1 runner not going in. A clean close shave every time. 2-1.
Brought to you by Barbasol right here. Two-seamer that little Sal Magli of the Giants. They called him Sal the Barber.
The Barber.
Because he would little chin music there.
Two ball, one strike count. Runner not going. Broken bat. Hardy. Scope. Davis. No runs, one hit, no errors. Nobody left on base. Bottom of the 13th inning, top of the order. A 5-5 ball game as we go to the bottom half of the 13th inning. Oro working hard here as he will face the Orioles top of the order. He's pitching well, came on in the 11th, has retired all but the walk, surrendered to Wieters, and will try for 3 innings worth of work out there. Parra will lead it off against him, then Machado and Davis.
Yeah, a lot of strikes. One off-speed pitch, a changeup.
Parra has had a base hit, came back in the 3rd inning. 1 for 5 in the game. Outfield will play him to pull. So the Orioles will try and get somebody on. Leadoff man on in that 13th inning. Good job by Chaz Rowe. Work around it, get the double play and get out of it. Ball fouled away by Parra.
Yeah, Marrero will sneak in at third because Parra will, or has been known to drop one down. Maybe a step or two deeper. Somehow get on. Get on and get into scoring position.
On delivery, and it'll be way up high. So Parra, 1 ball, 1 strike count. Orioles have kept everybody in the ball game, all the starters, position players still in there. 1-1 delivery on the way, and that's up high, and a 2 ball, 1 strike count.
Kind of wondering how many times Rowe actually pitched more than 2 innings, which is what they're asking him at the AAA level. It takes his one mistake in a hitter's count like here. Yeah.
And way up.
Yeah, the problem when you get a little bit tired for anybody is that figure, well, I got to maybe use my body a little bit more. Well, you really, as Carl Willis gets on the phone for the Red Sox, the pitching coaches, you really got to slow your body down and speed up your arm. And if you don't really do that a lot, it's hard to get the feeling for that.
3-1 delivery, and that tank's empty.
Yeah,
he is all over the place with the pitches. The Orioles will take advantage and get a leadoff walk. So up again, Orioles, Red Sox rather, trying to get Ross ready. He'd been up once before.
Yeah, with Machado coming up, you're looking down the road with Chris Davis on deck, lefty versus lefty.
Maybe too late. Manny Machado, home run, 29. Came in the 5th inning. Reached on a fielder's choice, scored an unearned run in the 3rd.
Well, right here, you just have to make him throw a strike. Manny's such a good high ball hitter.
Parra had a real good lead over there. Here's the earlier homer.
Yeah, it's really the only pitch that Craig Breslow got up. I mean, he was really good tonight. He kept the ball down. Change-ups made a young man very happy.
Again, stepping off a good lead. Parra at first base. Machado will take the pitch inside for a ball.
Yeah, that's a good take because you're anxious. You want to do something, want to get something going.
Marrero, third baseman, even with the bag and guarding the line. 1-0 count. And that way inside.
So that's what, 6 straight?
Yep. He has lost it. Now do you let him go through this at bat or not?
Yeah, and here comes Carl Willis. And the problem is, and he's really done a nice job, is that he's not a finesse guy. So he's thrown one off-speed pitch. That was a changeup. And when you get tired, I mean, you lose your release point. It's not that you really get tired. It's just kind of like pitching in the late innings when you don't get to do it. It's hard to know what that feels like. To stay over the pitching rubber and throw downhill. I mean, try to stay back. Except you got a guy with 29 home runs standing at home plate in your way.
Aroa at one point worked as a starter, but you got to go back a few years, back to 2011 when he worked any distance in ball games. 6 2/3 innings, his longest outing ever in the minors.
And usually guys like that make the transition because they don't have that 3rd or 4th pitch. But he does have a nice arm.
2-0 count. Manny will look for one to hit right here. Runner off first, 2-0 delivery. Machado found one to hit. Center field. Falls in, base hit. Parra's going to go to third. Good base running as Betts held on to it for some reason, and Parra slowed down, deked him a little at second, then turned the jets on, and he's at third base.
Yeah, you know, Mookie Betts is a terrific athlete, but he is a second baseman learning to play center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. would have caught this ball, and his ball is singed, but he would have caught it, and right there, if you want to run, he would have thrown you out. So Betts does not have the instincts or the arm that Jackie Bradley Jr. So I guess maybe that's your answer in the sense that who do you want to play center field, even though, but again, that's just a situation where if you come up and you get to the ball quickly and pretend you're going to throw, I don't think he goes to third base.
Nope. So the Orioles have the potential winning run, 90 away, here in the 13th inning with nobody out, and to the bullpen again.
Well, they get him out of the Texas organization. So again, runs in only 3 of his last 16 games. Got a save on Sunday. He can throw. Well, he's throwing 92 to 95. Nice little breaking ball. So he comes in not only to match up against Chris Davis, who hits lefties better than righties. You know, he hits more home runs against right-handers, with a winning run at third base and nobody out.
Chris is 2 for 4 with a home run off Ross. The infield will be drawn in, and they will have the shift on. So anything to the left side, unless it is a direct shot, is going to be a base hit.
And then the outfield is in, where they can catch a line drive. You can see how shallow they're playing, even though you got the guy leading the American League in home runs. Catch a line drive and throw out the runner.
Chris has had a base hit, a run scored. Pitch from Ross will be taken inside for a ball. The Orioles first and third, nobody out. Leadoff walk by Parra. Then the base hit by Manny Machado, moving him over. And Ross in a real tough situation. Davis inside off the fist, foul back.
Yeah, boy, that's your home run, fly ball, line drive pitch right there. Low fastball, inside middle. That was a good hitter's pitch to hit, but just fouled it back.
Orioles finally getting a couple on base. They had not had a runner in scoring position. It's way back in the third inning. And a pitch taken up high. Count goes to 2-1. The Orioles last scored on the home run by Machado in the 5th. The last time they actually had a runner on base during an inning at second was the 3rd. Now they've got a runner at third in Parra. That's the one that matters. 2-1 delivery. Davis, base hit, and the Orioles win it. RBI single by Davis in the 13th inning, and the Orioles have a 6-5 win.
Yeah, he'll try to run away from everybody. Tell you, great plate discipline. Not only does he get the hit, but he runs the count to 2-0. Ross got to throw him a strike, and he's waiting. And he doesn't miss it.
So the Orioles battle through this one and get the W.
Really just stays on it. You know, Scott Coolbaugh, the hitting instructor, said when Chris doesn't think he's going to be late on the fastball, he can have some tremendous at-bats. There was one of them.
Well, he has been the leader in both game-tying and game-winning RBIs for the Orioles all season long. 6-9-0 for the Orioles. 5-12-1. A costly unearned run on a Red Sox error. The Orioles take the first two. They have won 3 in a row and will have a chance at a sweep against the Red Sox tomorrow. Rowe comes on, works the inning in the 13th, and will pick up the victory. He is 3-2 on the year. Rowe will take the loss, and that is his first. He is 0-1. 6-5 the final. Chris Davis joins us, game-winning RBI, which he's led the Orioles in. Chris, congratulations. That's really a grinded-out ball game, huh?
Oh, gotta love those in September. Man, we love extra innings, don't we?
Well, you started when you're not pitching. You find some way to win it, regardless of what the case is. Scott Coolbaugh said something at the cage today. He said, when you feel like you don't have to cheat on the fastballs, you have quality at bats. To me, what set up that whole bat, and I never had to hit like that, is taking the 2-0 pitch, and you got a great pitch to hit, and you're not missing them.
Yeah, you know, I think when you kind of look back at the at bats that I've had where I've gotten myself out or swinging pitches out of the strike zone, that's obviously not what I'm trying to do. And I think in certain situations you have to kind of dial down the aggressiveness and be a little bit more selective. So thankfully tonight there were runners on, and it wasn't just a cheap single up the middle.
Chris, you go to the plate with a thought. Obviously, when you came up for this at bat in the 13th, you approach the plate. What's your thought process?
Well, I know that the lefties that they've been throwing at me have really been trying to locate in and then expand the zone away. So for me, I was just trying to look for a pitch out over the plate and not do too much with it. You know, I've faced Robbie a number of times, and I was able to get enough of the barrel on that one to get it through.
Congratulations. Long night. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Game-winning RBI. Chris Davis got it. Orioles have a chance at a sweep tomorrow. They'll wrap up the series with Mike Wright going against Henry Owens. Our coverage on MASN 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Southwest, followed by our game coverage at 7. This has been a MASN presentation. It is a happy recap coming up right now, presented by PNC. Jim and Rick are standing by with it. For the Orioles, Rowe the victory. Rowe takes the loss. 13-inning ball game, 4 hours and 20 minutes of enjoyable baseball. Jim Palmer is smiling at me right now and can't wait for tomorrow night's game. For Jim Palmer and all of our crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne, and for the happy young people of this world, adieu.